1, 2.
Okay, I believe we can start again. And my apologies profusely.
Someone just said they can hear it now.
They probably heard me talking.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Test, test. Okay. All right, council, I'm being assured that the YouTube feed is now properly working. I don't think that there's a need to start over from the beginning, but Ms. Buccio, thank you so much. Apology for the delay. We'll just let council members have a seat and then you may begin. Go ahead, Ms. Buccio.
Right. Some of the features that Broken Tea that we offer is our Regulation 18-hole course, our Par 3 9-hole course. We have an award-winning driving range and practice area with 40-plus hitting spots, 3 chipping greens, and 1 large putting green. Our pro shop's full of golf merchandise, and on-site we have a learning center for all instruction needs and a full-service restaurant. These graphs just kind of show our current participation on rounds for both the regulation course and the Par 3 course. We're showing good results with the popularity in golf industry. And then also what we find encouraging is our average dollar amount per round is increasing over the years. Some factors that have played into that, in 2021 and 2022, those are our last 2 years of a 3-year anniversary pass that we offered. And the pass holders paid a one-time upfront fee and then paid $0 for green fees during restricted tee time slots. And so they were trying to use that, but we got away from that, and we can see an increase in our average dollar per rounds. And then tee time utilizations, we're seeing an increase there as well. And we're very happy with that, but we also know that we have some opportunity to grow. And we're hoping with this action plan that a lot of the projects that we'll do to show improvements will make that happen. And then what we're also seeing that we're happy about is our no-shows reservations are declining. One of the advantages to that was last summer we were able to start collecting fees for no-shows with our online bookings. So that has helped discourage that. Just gross revenues through our point of sale system. You can see that we're increasing our total revenues, which we're very happy about. And right now through September, we're sitting at $3.2 million. Our original projection for this year was 2.9. So we hope to see that keep going up as long as our weather is agreeable with us for the remaining months. I'm going to hand this off to Stuart Lindsay. He's going to talk to you a little bit about the state of golf and the market and financial analysis that he found with his findings.
Thanks, Shannon. I took a hard look. Our company is a golf advisory company. We specialize in doing market research and local golf course market analysis. So I came out here for a site visit and spent a lot of time with Shannon and Jeremiah and toured the course, looked at the conditions. And what we do is every year we do a state of the industry presentation at the PGA Merchandise Show in Orlando, and we keep track of national trends. The national trends since 2020, golf demand in terms of rounds played and participation have both gone up about 16%. Between 2002 and 2019, it was the opposite. It went down. Participation went down 16%, and rounds demand went down about 14%. What's important, though, is that since 2006, when they were building a course a day, at 2006, we changed where we were closing more courses than we're opening nationally. So since 2006, 17% of the golf courses in the United States have closed. As a result, overall course utilization for the remaining courses has gone up 20% since 2020. In terms of the Denver local market, it's interesting. I've spent a lot of time out here over the years, and probably visited 20 or 30 courses in the Denver market. In the map, our color coding on this map is blue courses are public courses, green courses are municipal courses, and red courses are private. The black marks are courses that have closed since 2006. You'll notice there are a lot of green colors in there, which the Denver market is heavily dominated by municipally owned golf courses. And so Broken Tee is competing with a lot of other municipal courses in Denver. Within a 30-minute drive time of Broken Tee, the average public value course is doing about 47,000 rounds. Coincidentally, Broken Tee is getting their fair share of the market. We're the only company in the United States that breaks all public courses down into 3 price segments. Public premium, which is the upper third, public value, the middle tier, and public price, which is the lowest tier of pricing. We do that by designated marketing area for all 207 across the United States. So anyway, in terms of where, whoops.
It wasn't you, Mr. Lindsay. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know, it went blank on me. I must have hit the wrong button. But anyway, in terms of pricing, you can see on this course list of courses within a 30-minute drive time of Broken Tee, their price is in the middle tier, making it a value golf course. And they compare with pretty favorably, both from a layout and condition and amenity standpoint. They fit pretty well, and the high acceptance that they get by the number of customers they serve indicates that they're pretty well priced and the public considers them a good value. In terms of Englewood itself, I've been coming to Denver for over 60 years, and what happens in Denver is just, from visit to visit to visit, things change. And I mean, Colorado has got like the 3rd highest population growth in the United States. Englewood itself has had significant population growth, 16-17% between the 2010 and 2020 census. The age and ethnicity indexes that we do that help determine what golf demand is are decent. And then there's been in the little chart below, there's a huge increase in the income index. And not to be politically incorrect, but golf is for more affluent people. So the higher income index is very beneficial to future golf performance, and Englewood's got a strong local demographic golf base. We went in and did a financial projection with modest price increases and inflationary impact on expenses as well. That projection, they're going to beat our projection this year because they're performing so well, but our projection is that they'll generate significant cash flow positives of a little over $500,000 a year out for the next 6 or 7 years. The thing that Rick Phelps will talk about, we look at a phased program. They can afford to pay for a phased program, and they're focused on water quality and drainage improvements east of the Platte, which in our opinion is probably one of the major improvements that can be made, along with some tee box improvements and some other stuff that Rick will talk about. Shannon and Jeremiah are running a tight ship as far as expenses go. And as long as they continue to show that kind of restraint, these results should be achievable. To conclude my part of it, the Denver market, golf market, is really strong. Broken T's performance is very good. Other courses are going to have to make these kind of renovations anyway because things wear out. Irrigation pipes wear out. Clubhouse siding needs to be replaced. But the program that they're looking at, I think, will maintain Broken T's position in the market. And I think that they can do this with modest rate increases and remain an affordable golf value for people in the Englewood community. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. I know there's more, so.
Yeah. Some needs that we have identified, I'm going to discuss just briefly some of the facility projects and cost estimates that we're looking at, and mostly relating to the clubhouse exterior needs a facelift. The siding, gutters, windows do need to be replaced. That would be our top priority. There are some roof repairs that need to be done. Once we try to open up the siding, there could be some wall insulation that we need to address. And then we have some older cast iron piping below the clubhouse that will need to be replaced eventually. It's been shared that our HVAC rooftop units are old and they'll need to be replaced or repaired as needed. And then our restrooms need a facelift and maybe some ADA compliance issues. I know we're grandfathered in under the code currently, but if we were to go in there and make any major improvements, those would have to be, updated. And then our Oxford front sign needs to be replaced or repaired down the road. And these are just some pictures just showing you the current state of our siding, what some design concepts look like for the siding of the clubhouse and the roof currently, and new membrane, and then the current sign in the restrooms. I'm going to turn it over to Rick now, and he's going to discuss more about the golf course projects.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rick Phelps, golf course architect. Been doing this pretty much my entire life. I'm lucky enough to have followed my dad into the profession, and he was actually the original golf course architect of the Englewood golf course back in the 70s. It's pretty much one of the two projects that got me into the business because I was an 8-year-old kid walking around on the piece of property out there, which I don't know if any of you know or most of you know that it's an old landfill site. It was one of the few landfill golf courses that was built in the U.S. back in the 70s. But we were my dad's survey crew, my brother and I, back in the 70s. So we would wander around out there through the garbage, literally, and pound stakes and do the grade staking on weekends with him. So my ties to Englewood go back a long ways. And I'm happy to be a part of this project. Everything that's been said so far basically is right on the money, and that is COVID has done wonders for the golf industry. Every time I'm consulting with any clients now, I have to remind everyone that the improvements that we're planning on the master plan of the golf course aren't for right now. They're for the next 20 to 30 years, because over that time frame, we're going to have another recession. We're going to have another downturn in the economy. And if the golf course isn't as good as it can be heading into that, that's when the golf course gets into trouble. So when the money is good, which it is right now, we need to plan for and make some of these improvements so that the golf course is in as good a position in that market that we just looked at as it can be. So this list that you're looking at right now is basically call it the 5 to 7 year plan of expenditures projects that we've identified through the master planning process of improvements to the golf course that need to happen or should happen. There are some low-hanging fruit projects. The first two that you're looking at there, the pump station repairs and the drainage, are probably the two most impactful things that we can afford with current cash flows. The $500,000 number that Stuart just shared is kind of the one that we're using as our guide. When we get a little further down that list, that's when the need to borrow money will come into play. And that's where hopefully we can continue with the $500,000 positive cash flow to fund a borrow there. But basically we're looking at improving the drainage, improving the pump station, and those two things together are going to dramatically improve the turf conditions on the golf course. Especially on the side east of the Platte River, Jeremiah struggles mightily because the water quality is not very good and the drainage is terrible. A lot of the drainage that was put in during the project in 06 and 07 has failed or is failing, and it needs to be rebuilt. So that's what those two projects basically entail. The water quality improvements, the middle one there, we're looking at adding pond aeration systems to try to help us with the water quality. We can, with the new pump station, we can add water treatment facilities, infrastructure in the pump station to make the water work better for agronomics. Pond bank stabilization, if any of you have been out there, you can see that the water level in those ponds on the east side are governed by the level of the water in the Platte River. So that it's groundwater basically that controls the water level. So the water level fluctuates through the course of the year, and because of that, the pond banks are starting to collapse and erode, and you get geese and muskrats and wind-driven wave action, and all of those things combined together are causing the pond banks to start to erode. So that's part of that project, would be to come in and regrade the edges of the ponds, stabilize them so that they are no longer eroding, and provide long-term solution to that. The fourth one there is kind of divergent in that we're looking at ways of making the golf course more accessible to more people, a broader audience, and that means making it easier for beginning golfers, shorter for beginning golfers. But we're also looking at changing or adding amenities that are golf-focused amenities. So you think about Topgolf and what that's done, taking those types of technologies to a golf course and putting it into your driving range. Perhaps creating new revenue sources in the practice facilities with areas that we can charge people to use. Right now, if you walk up to the golf course, you can go out and practice putting or go to the short game chipping area and spend 2 or 3 hours out there for $0. And so we're looking at ways that we can design those to basically create a revenue source. And then finally, the big one, the big ticket item, is always upgrades to existing systems. That the 5.6 million would include replacing or repairing cart paths. The cart paths are in pretty bad disrepair out there. Planting new trees, renovating bunkers. Right now, because you have 9 holes on the west side that are old, that's my dad's bunker style, pretty much. All of the new holes that were done in 06, 07 are a completely different bunker style. So there are different maintenance techniques that are necessary. We would look to try to consolidate all of that and make the aesthetic consistent throughout. Irrigation system replacement. We just put in a brand new irrigation system on the holes west of, on the back 9. But then the holes that were done in 06, 07, sometime in the next 5 to 7 years are going to need to be replaced as well. So that's in that cost as well. So all of those things are incorporated in the planning work that we did, and you can see some of the, and again, these photos, some of the turf condition issues that we've talked about, bunker conditions, pond water quality, pump station, all of the things are on that list. We did a physical master plan that we have drawings for that I think we would share. I think they're in the packet, that show everything that I just talked about pretty much. New, improvements to the practice facilities, drainage improvements throughout the golf course, new bunkers, new tees, new cart path. So basically, it's at least a 10-year plan, the way I look at it, and most municipal clients of mine, it's more like a 15 to 20-year plan, but at least we have a tool now that's available that we can budget from and we can plan for. That's pretty much it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps. Ms. Buccio, any possibility that we could wrap this up like within 5 minutes so we can ask questions?
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely. We've kind of gone over all the revenue numbers too briefly, so. And Rick kind of shared some of our ideas that we are looking at to increase different revenue options. One thing that I just want to point out, we are currently looking at proposals from vendors for a new golf management and point of sale system, and I think that will greatly enhance our revenue options as well. And then obviously it's going to be important to share our story, have a good marketing plan to make sure we're sharing all this exciting projects with everyone that's involved. And I guess lastly, just to share real quick, as a golf team right now, our two biggest priorities for 2025, we're looking at replacing the front 9 pump station and trying to take care of the clubhouse exterior facelift. Currently, the finance department is sharing that are estimating that our ending balance in 2024 will be around $700,000. Some financial options, considerations, we obviously don't want to deplete our full fund balance at the beginning of the year. So a couple options that we're considering is moving forward with the pump station replacement in spring of 2025, and that would help with the water quality and turf conditions. And then maybe delaying the clubhouse project till the end of 2025. Another consideration, one of the reasons why I'm here is just for consideration to seek maybe potentially a short-term loan from the city to be paid back in 2 or 3 years for $500,000 so that we can move forward with the clubhouse exterior project in early 2025. And we feel that that would be important just to have that new visual improvement for perception for our patrons when they come to our facility, since we are going to be requesting 2025 fee increases. That was real quick. Sorry, but any questions, comments?
Ms. Buccio, thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Phelps and Mr. Lindsay as well. Any questions for members of council? Anyone want to start us off? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I've heard in the past that there are some water issues. I mean, I don't know if that's related to the lead pipes. Have been some water backing up in the building itself. Is it from settlement of the building because of it being built on a landfill?
I don't know if it has related to the clubhouse. I know we had to get some cast iron piping replaced with the sewer lines underneath the restrooms, moving west towards the kitchen area. That has all been replaced, and my understanding was it's just aging and old, and it was just deteriorating. So I don't know if it has anything to do with the landfill or not at that particular location.
Okay, have we looked at whether the infrastructure of the building itself has been impacted by being on a landfill? I mean, settling and things like that. I mean, because if we spend a lot of money fixing up a building that's not going to last, then that's problematic also.
There were considerations on starting over, but based on the Public Works recommendation, I think we have good bones overall. And we also made sure that we tested for asbestos and lead and everything passed. So there's no concerns there. That's why we thought with improving the exterior would be the better option rather than trying to save money over time to have a larger project with replacement of the full clubhouse.
Okay, thank you.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you for the presentation and all the work and analysis that's gone into it. I have a question about the loan specifically. So in the council communication that we received, the loan is estimated to be able to be repaid within 2 to 3 years. Ideally, it says by the end of 2025. Can you walk me through a little bit about what you think are the strongest indicators that you would be able to pay it off by the end of 2025? What are the risks that you see of maybe that timeline extending? And what would you say would happen if the loan cannot be repaid, if there's a greater incident?
Based on the analysis that Mr. Lindsay provided with how strong the golf market is currently in the Denver metro area, we feel very confident that we're going to continue with the larger positive cash flows. Obviously, we're an enterprise fund, so we got to make sure we consider and make sure that we're budgeting accordingly. So we feel confident that we really could probably pay it off at the end of 2025. We just don't want to deplete that fund. Some factors that kind of play into golf were very weather dependent. So as an example, in 2023, we were completely closed in January and February, had an awful start to the spring with a lot of rain and in the summer. So we just had a slow start. However, 2024, we had a great spring and everything's moving. We just are feeling we're in a great place. We're watching our expenses. We're trying to make smart decisions. I really feel that if we could get the clubhouse done earlier on, we would have enough cash flow that we could pay that off as soon as possible. If we couldn't do it in 2025, I feel confident we could do it in the next 2 or 3 years.
And what would happen if you were not able to pay off the loan?
We'd probably have to discuss more and try to come up with a plan. But we also then would maybe have to cut back on some projects that we had projected for to do and focus on getting that paid off sooner.
Okay, I appreciate that because it's helpful for us to know what actions you would take if you were in.
Absolutely, yeah. We're working hard as a team right now to try to prioritize all the projects that have been recommended for us. We're looking at a lot of maybe doing some projects internally and then trying to see what ones we need to outsource. But we're also going to plan accordingly for the next 5, 7, 10 years and do those appropriately.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Wright.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to see you.
You too.
I have a question about the pumps. Do we use water directly pumped from the Platte, or do we have wells? I need to understand.
We have both. So we do use the Platte, but we also have wells on the property.
Okay. And then the goose deterrent, I'm curious about that also.
We've been trying for years to try to figure out how to get the geese to go away. They seem to really like our property. We're down in the valley close to the Platte River. So we're working now. We've tried different things. We've tried laser lights in the ponds. We've tried dogs. So currently Jeremiah Stumpf is looking into some things that was lights on the buildings close to the water. So we're just going to keep at it and keep trying to try to deter them from being permanent residents.
Okay, so with those deterrents, I know we have the pleasure of having bald eagles and there's a lot of loss.
Yes.
Could those deterrents also turn into a deterrent for the eagles and cause problems for the city as a whole?
I don't think so. I think right now the eagles are helping with the geese problem,
Okay, yeah.
actually.
Good food
and
source,
we have
huh?
a lot of hawks that are helping too. So.
Maybe we can encourage them to come.
And coyotes, so.
Yeah, that Platte's a good resource, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So, and then I was looking at the Denver Metro public value of the golf courses, and I don't know, I'm a little perplexed here. I'm looking at the Littleton Golf and Tennis Club, and it says Round's latest data, they have less than Englewood. They have 18 holes, but they're bringing in more than Englewood has. Do you know? And I know that they have the tennis facility, so I don't know if that money's built into it also, or is this just based on the golf course?
That's just green fees.
Okay.
Revenues, and that data was from 2022. I don't have the recent data from all the other surrounding areas quite yet. I actually will be at an operators meeting tomorrow, and that's when we get with all the Metro Denver golf courses and share ideas and thoughts, and I'll be able to get updated data from them for 2023.
Okay, because it just, the numbers
It's just
don't.
green fees.
Okay, yeah, because it doesn't, I don't know, I mean, we have several hundred rounds more than them, and they, they're a few thousand, about $20,000 more than us, and it just doesn't make sense to me. So, okay, that's all I had for now. Thank you.
Also, sorry, Ms. Wright, if I could just also reiterate, those are averages from the golf courses directly, so we don't know they average 18 holes and 9 holes and make them into 18. So depending on how the data was shared, it could be a little off too.
Yeah, because our course seems so much bigger than theirs. It's just over there, so. Okay, thank you so much.
Member Prank.
Thank you for being here in the presentation. Can you tell us what the industry average rates are for no-shows?
For no-shows, you mean like what's collected overall?
Or like a percentage of, I don't know how it works because I'm not a golfer, so forgive me, but like, is there a percentage of like a booking fee
So
that's
based on the
collected
total-
if someone no-shows?
Yeah, so our current no-show policy is we do, when they're booking online, it's identified at the beginning when they're booking their tee time. They have to toggle on a box that they agree to that they'll be charged a no-show fee if they don't cancel or modify within 24 hours. And we do ask for the full rate. Whatever they're reserving, we will charge them that full rate. Right now, based on our tee time utilizations, our no-show fees overall, based on our total bookings and checked in and paid for, is sitting at about 20%.
Okay.
Right now, we only have the capability of charging a fee for no-shows on online bookings. So phone reservations, we don't have that capability yet.
Okay. Yeah, I love the idea of the updated point of service that will enhance
Me
that
too.
for you. And hopefully that would bolster,
I
revenue
agree. I think there's a
increases.
lot of advanced technology that we'll be able to use.
Yeah. And to the point that was made earlier that golf is for the more affluent, I'm particularly interested in the accessibility piece and improvements that are being made. Are there conversations happening around how to both put some features in that will help to increase revenue, but also make golf more accessible to a wider array of attendees?
Yes, I may have Mr. Phelps come back up because he has some great recommendations on doing that. One thing with Broken Tee Golf Course, we want to make sure that we're accessible for all, whether that's golf skill levels, income, age. I feel we have a lot of amenities to offer. We have the par 3 9-hole course that's great for families and beginners. We have that large practice facility. So I think we have some unique features that some don't, and we're able to invite those folks out. We also have a strong following with junior golfers. We have a senior rate that we offer during the week and a junior rate, so we will continue to support that. I know Rick is encouraging us to add more tee boxes, and I don't know if you have a minute to speak on that, kind of how that's going to help too.
Yeah, what Shannon just said is very true. Englewood is actually in a great spot in terms of encouraging new people to the game. But I mentioned Topgolf, and I don't know if any of you have ever been to the one over in Centennial, but if you go there, you'll see non-golfers swinging golf clubs, which is really what it's all about. And that's, I love going because there's hope for the future of my industry if I see places like that. But what's missing in the industry right now is a stepping stone between a Topgolf type facility and a golf course. Golf courses are very intimidating for beginning golfers. If any of you have ever gone out as a non-golfer, you don't know where to go. You step up on the first tee and you're nervous as all can be. You have no idea if you're doing it right or wrong or whatever. Well, part of what we can do on the design end with a facility like yours, with the par 3 golf course, is market that and encourage that as a place to go learn how to play where it's not intimidating. It's not as big of a deal if you're a little bit slow. There are things we can do with the programming on the pro shop side with the short game area that you have, or with the redesigned one that I'm proposing, to make it more fun and more friendly to anybody, whether you're a 6-year-old or a 76-year-old. If you've never played the game before or you're brand new to it, provide places in the facility where you can come in and enjoy the game for what it does for everyone else.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that response.
Ms. Buccio, I just have one question. Actually, this might be a question for Mr. Lindsay and Mr. Phelps as well. So when I look at the fee increases that we're proposing, and now I lost it. I guess I'm only aware of the fee increases that we've done over the past few years, but how do they compare with other municipal golf courses that are happening around us? Are they doing something very similar? Are their green fees also rising at the same rate that ours are?
I would say yes. I'll probably learn more tomorrow about what people are proposing for next year. I know, like City of Denver, they use a structure with dynamic pricing, kind of like the airlines. And we've been wanting to look more into that, but just haven't had the technology to do so. So hopefully with the new point of sale system that we hope to get going for next season, we'll have those opportunities to look at that as well. So they have a wide range and they will fluctuate all the time. But I feel overall, and Mr. Lindsay might be able to share more on that, I think we are in the right frame. We know we have a lot of work to do. We're very happy with the work that we have been doing, but we know we need to do more, especially on the east side of the river. That's everyone's first impression. Those are the first holes they play. So we're focusing right now, doing a little bit larger increase just on the prime time on the weekends. And then hopefully as we progress and be able to make these changes and people see these improvements, we'll be able to stay competitive and keep doing that as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Buccio. Just because Mr. Lindsay did say that there was an opportunity for us to increase prices, but I want to be just wary of us outpricing ourselves from where we're currently at. Mr. Lindsay, do you want to come up to the mic because they won't pick it up from there?
We try to keep track of national rates because we have a national directory where we have to track rates or try to track rates. And it looks, we were talking about it last week, it looks like since 2020, on a national average, greens fees have gone up 16%.
Okay.
And they, rounds demand is at an all-time record, course utilization's at an all-time record. So the public apparently still thinks golf is a recreational value, in spite of those increases. And actually, compared to some of the other inflationary things we deal with every day, 16% isn't too bad. But right. Anyway, that's what the national.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Lindsay, for that feedback. And Ms. Buccio, just so I can understand correctly, so the short-term loan, you do expect to pay that back within a 2 to 3 year time frame, but if there was no short-term loan approved by council, you do feel that potentially you can use the current reserves within the golf fund. Is that correct?
It is true.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably would move forward with replacing the front 9 pump station early and then just wait and see how our revenues are looking over 2025, and maybe hopefully we could plan on doing the clubhouse exterior at the end.
Okay. And I'm thinking that you probably want some direction from council on that question, whether or not we would be open to that portion. That seems like the only open question, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at least to kind of sum it up here, I would be open to staff looking into that possibility to provide that loan, knowing that it could get paid back within 2 or 3 years, just because it does seem like these are the low-hanging fruit. And from the presentation, I think Mr. Phelps, you talked to it, these are the areas that we would see immediate gain. So I would be open to that aspect of it. Not having the budget right in front of me, I just want to make sure that that's something that we can provide as part of our unassigned fund balance. But Member Wright, go ahead.
I would agree. I would like to hear from finance and make sure that it's not a burden on anything else, but I would not have an issue with it if the finance department sees it as feasible.
Sounds great. Thank you, Member Wright. Mayor Pro Tem.
My preference would be to just space it out a little longer and have it be paid for out of the enterprise fund. That's the way I would want to go.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else want to weigh in? Go ahead, Member Noonan-Kemp.
I'm open to this as well. providing that there's some really clear articulation about what the payback parameters are and the policies. And I don't think we've done a loan to an enterprise fund since I've been on council, so I would want to better understand what this would look like for us and make it really clear also to the taxpayers, why would we be investing $500,000 in the golf course when we have so many other issues, and what the payback looks like, because this is ultimately the taxpayers' money, so we have to pay them back into the general fund. So I want to understand that better, but open to continuing that conversation.
Actually, you bring up a good point. I think we're limited to 10%. Are we not on the short term, on a loan? Not on a loan?
No, it's just for granting. The general fund can't grant an enterprise fund funds, but they can loan as much and actually charge interest.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very, City Manager. Anyone else want to weigh in? We only have 3 at this point, but do we just need a little bit more information before making that decision? Go ahead, Member Prang.
Yeah, I'm open to the exploration of the idea. I think there's some solid numbers to support the ask here. I would want to hear a little bit more about that point of service and how much more you think that we can capture just through having that enhancement. And I also think there were a list of other revenue enhancing recommendations that should be continued to be explored as well. Like I'm particularly curious about how many golf courses do the revenue sharing with their food vendor. Those types of ideas, just making sure that we're exhausting and exploring all of those. But I would be open to consideration of it as well.
Sounds great. Member Ward?
I'd be willing to have the discussion, but I'd like to have it in the context of the overall financial situation of the Golf Course Enterprise Fund, including any existing debt that the fund has.
All right. Thank you, Member Ward. And Member Russell?
I agree with that. And also, when you, like, if we didn't give you the loan, you said you'd go ahead and move forward with some of the projects like the pump station first. Have you thought that if you did something like that, you actually might need less of a loan than the full amount that you were asking for?
I think if we were to delay the clubhouse exterior project, we probably would wait to see how our cash flows are coming in and hopefully not have to request additional funds. With the pump station, we feel it's important to move forward with that. We've been told that there's probably no more repairs to be done to our pump station currently. So that would be important just to help with the water quality and turf condition. So we feel that if we do have the $700,000 as a fund balance, that would be a safe project to go ahead and move forward with. So potentially, if you were in agreement, I think probably any dollar amount would be helpful.
Okay.
To do some of these larger items to get immediate results.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and I concur with Councilmember Ward.
Sounds.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. And I think Ms. Buccio, I think you may have gotten direction from City Council, but we'd like to explore this a little bit further, just understanding the complete depth picture of the enterprise fund for the golf course. So I think that is it with that, Ms. Buccio, Mr. Phelps, Mr. Lindsay, thank you very much for your time tonight. Thank you very much for the overview and the presentation. And
Thank
have
you.
a great evening.
Appreciate it.
All right, everyone, we are right at 7 o'clock. Are we ready to start, or do we need a quick 5-minute break? Ready to begin? All right, perfect. Everyone, I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Present.
Member Nudenkamp.
Present.
Member Prang.
Present.
Member Russell.
Present.
Member Ward.
Present.
Member Wright.
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
Let the record show all 7 are present.
Thank you. Moving on to the minutes of the regular City Council meeting of October 7th. Anyone with any changes to the minutes? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I think the vote on 9A5 is, I don't think it had recorded Councilmember Ward's vote. I don't know what page that is.
985.
Oh, I do too. It is page 8 of 11. It records 5, 4, and 0 against with Councilmember Ward not voting.
Okay. Was that 9A5 or?
Yeah, 9A5.
Okay. City Clerk, are we able to get that corrected?
Yes, I can update it and we can approve as amended.
Okay, perfect. Any other changes, Member Russell, that you saw?
No, I did not see any others.
All right, perfect. Can I get a motion to approve 5A as amended?
I move to approve.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nudenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to recognitions. Tonight, Englewood City Council would like to recognize the recipients of the 2024 Neighborhood Improvement Grant Program. The Neighborhood Improvement Grant provides up to $3,000 for a neighborhood project that activates gathering spaces, celebrates neighborhood character, and brings neighbors together. The 2024 Neighborhood Improvement Grants recipients are Tracy Savina. Tracy and her neighbors in Hawthorne are turning the northwest corner of Bard Park into a native plant food forest garden with walking paths and places to sit. Andrew Forlines, I saw Andrew here earlier. Andrew and neighbors in Bellevue Park are putting together a children's activity book with an emphasis on neighborhood engagement. The activity book would be in English and in Spanish. Meg Donaldson, is Meg in attendance? Ah, there she is. Meg and neighbors in Cushing Park are making updates to Cushing Corner. Eventually, the lot will be repainted and a pergola will be installed to help reduce heat on the lot, and the neighborhood continues efforts to improve and make the space more inviting. And Stephanie Aiken. Stephanie will install a little seed library on the corner of Bannock and Dartmouth. The library will be filled with native flowers and vegetable seeds. These community members have taken the initiative and implemented new improvements in their neighborhoods by bringing neighbors together. They are committed to making their neighborhood a better place to live. The grant projects have enhanced neighborhood identity, pride, and connections between neighbors. Englewood City Council thanks you for your contributions and dedication to the city of Englewood. Thank you so much, all the recipients. I actually have awards or certificates for each of you. If you wouldn't mind coming up, we'd like to take a quick picture with you with your certificate of recognition as well. Thank you so much. You guys want to come up? All right, everyone, we're moving on to recognition of public comment. Recognition of public comment. This is an opportunity to address City Council. There's an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 3 minutes. Englewood residents must provide your address or cross streets. Non-Englewood residents must provide the name of your city. If you have addressed council in the last 90 days, you will be moved to the bottom of the list, and written materials may be submitted to the city clerk in advance or at the meeting. Audiovisual materials must be submitted to the city clerk by 5 p.m. on Thursday prior to the meeting, and public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total. Tonight we have a few speakers, and so I'll just start at the top. Up first is Andrew Forlines with no topic given.
Yeah, the topic being sports ball?
Andrew, if you wouldn't mind just stating your name and your address or cross streets.
Turn on the mic.
Inside on your mic, yeah.
There's
There
a
should be like a
button.
star.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Andrew Forlines. I'm at the cross streets of South Inca and Layton Avenue in Bellevue Park neighborhood. I'd like to just make some recommendations about the park services that we have. The bond is coming up, and I think with that, a lot of attention's been given. One of my concerns is accessibility for all residents. There are some pay amenities in some of the parks, notably the petting farm, the train at Bellevue Park, some of the rec center things. And I would like to make sure that we consider having free days for residents, whether it's a free day for all or residents focused. Some of the other ways of doing it would be something similar to the culture pass that the libraries have, where there are a certain amount of tickets or admissions set aside that can be accessed through the library, or partnering with the library for kids to earn tokens to some of these amenities through reading programs or other initiatives like that to get more engagement in that way. But just want it on the mind when we're doing a vote for a parks bond and we think about the parks, making sure that all the amenities are accessible to all, even when there are paid amenities, that we find ways to include those for everybody. So thank you.
Mr. Forlines, thank you very much for your presentation tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Brenda Hupka, here to discuss library hours. Good evening, Brenda. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yes, Brenda Hubka, Fox and Jefferson Streets. Good evening, council. Thank you for this time. And tonight I'm speaking on behalf of a group of mostly seniors that have been attending an ongoing book club that I've been moderating since 2018. I'm seeking something that's fair and equitable access to the library for all adults tonight. I don't believe any request by the Parks Director and library staff has ever been denied by this council or any previous recent council. You've converted part-time staff to full-time, you've limited the entrances, hired extra security guards, increased the overall Parks and Rec budget year over year, and in 2019, we removed 4 hours a week from the access, and that wasn't something that the patrons asked for you to do. I was informed by Library Manager Beth after the 2025 budget hearing, by the way, that the library will no longer support the night group called Novels at Night. And what they normally do is just, we pick books at the beginning of the year, they round them up for us and make them available. I moderate it, and they've not had to do really much of anything else. Beth will continue to let us use the conference room, and Director Underhill just told me that they'll let us begin staying there all the way to 7:30. For the last 5 years, we get the bums rush at 7:15 because 7:30 is lights out. Now, the other book clubs they will continue to support, for instance, Books at the Bar. This is something where they go to area restaurants, not limited to Englewood, by the way. It's very popular, and I wouldn't want that canceled. But it does rub some members the wrong way in that the library will continue to support, and they moderate, and they attend the Books at the Bar Club that begins at 6:30 and goes till 8 o'clock. So it just seems to me that if one group of people receive library services until 8, shouldn't all citizens receive library services until 8? So I'm asking you to amend the budget tonight on second reading to match the hours of Littleton's Bemis Library, which is 9:30 a.m. to 8 p.m., just Monday through Thursday. This is only an additional 2 hours per week or 104 a year. I believe that's on CB 43 on your agenda. Note also that the attendance at the library has increased this last year by 210%. The budget that you're approving tonight is over $10 million. I do believe there's wiggle room in there for these hours. They can also just provide you a budget supplemental at the next year. Again, there shouldn't be any additional security costs that I'm aware of because according to Dwight, they don't go home at 7:30. They stay either till 9 or 10 o'clock, depending on the week. I'm just asking for council to restore some fairness tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Hupka, thank you very much for coming tonight. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
I do, please, thank you. thank you for being here, and I read some of the emails ahead of time. For the, and I already forgot the library club that you have. That you
Novels at
attend.
night, yeah.
Thank you. What type of ask, other than staying there until 7:30? I read something about book kits and that type of stuff. Are we asking the staff to do for the Novels at Night book club?
Well, like I said, they only have to give us, supply us a conference room. You know,
Okay.
and normally that's $10. I don't know if there's a big demand for conference rooms at 6 o'clock at night, but they formally would round up books. You know, we vote at the beginning of the year, we pick a bunch, and every month they go to the partner libraries and have books transferred to us to make them available. And then there'll only be like 4 or 5 books sometimes, and that's okay. I can download a digital copy. Sometimes that's free. They're not going to do that anymore. I'll get the books, or I'll use one of the preformed book club kits that you can also get from the library. I don't know how that works, but I'm going to figure it out.
Okay, so my other question is for books at the bar, would they be rounding up books still and not for the Books at Night club?
You're correct. They'll do that for Novels at Night, but I mean for books at the bar, and they'll attend that. They've been attending it for 5 years to moderate. What you do is you just find a series of maybe discussion questions, and I would print those out beforehand at my club anyway. Sometimes I've asked the librarian to do it for me if I'm stumped or if I can't find any, but 90% of the time I would just do this. So for Books in the Bar, the library does do that, finds discussion questions, brings them books down at wherever, and they make dinner reservations, or if possible, for the whole year out. So they have a schedule that they print out, and they can tell you every restaurant they're going to or bar, and they're there now, as a matter of fact. I think it's tonight.
Okay. All right, I may need to talk to you offline for some questions. All right, thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. I'm just curious, when you were offered the opportunity to learn about how to collect the books, was that process explained to you? Is there any idea on staff time or burden to be able to go through that process to support one book club over another?
It wasn't explained to me how to do that, no. I'm not a librarian, but I do have a college degree, so I can figure it out. And I don't know how much staff time it takes, because honestly, they have their own system. It's like an online system, right? And it must just be like if you were to go online and say, oh, I'd really like to read this book, but it's at the Bemis Library. You can select it to have it transferred. So in this case, I would have to figure out how you get books from different libraries in the system so that you get all of them in one place. I just figure you must search online and it'll show you where all the copies are, I think. I don't know.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Is it appropriate to make a council request?
Actually, can we wait until after all the speakers, and then we'll make a council request at that point? Thank you, Member Prang. Brenda, just a question. So what is the impact if the hours were to stay the same as of what is currently within the budget?
Well, we'll be staying there till 7:30, I guess, from now on. Like I told you, we would always get kicked out of there. I don't know if the library will continue or create more clubs that go up until 8 o'clock. There doesn't seem to be any guardrails on that. But like I said, we would prefer to have started at 6:30 ourselves. We moved our book club when the council changed the hours. We moved it to 6 o'clock so we could at least get an hour and 15 minutes. So we don't have an option really to move around our time.
Okay. Thank you, Brenda. Any further questions? Seeing none, Brenda, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Kathleen Bailey, here to speak about the Affordable Housing Task Force. No, actually, so we have two Kathleen Baileys here, so we put you on two lists, apparently, Kathleen, so you're up now.
All right, let me get it up here.
Good evening, Kathleen. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Sure. Kathleen Bailey, Jason and Union. Good evening, City Council. When an affordable housing task force was first floated, I pictured the result would be a proud Habitat for Humanity housing complex as part of our city center redevelopment. Instead, I found staff have led the task force towards supporting implementation of staff's high-density cottage zoning in R1 under the guise of providing affordable housing. Cottage zoning allows the subdivision of a single R1 lot to build 5 to 6 individual very small homes that, like ADUs, are too small to raise a family in. So while continuing to allow the scraping of existing affordable homes in another residential zone, staff are promoting high-density cottage zoning in R1 without providing a single affordable home to raise a family in. And equally alarming, to expedite implementation, staff are encouraging the staff force to reduce costs for developers by eliminating existing safety laws and regulations and eliminating or reducing current application and procedure requirements in order to fast-track cottage zoning in R1. I'm submitting 3 questions to this council body, and I know you won't have time to give me a response or anything. Question 1. Initially, the task force was seriously looking at developing affordable housing on city-owned public property. The city owns a considerable amount of city center public property. I'm aware some of it is encumbered by land leases and some of it is not, but staff intends to redevelop all of it. So why did staff tell the task force that there weren't any developable public property for building affordable housing? Question 2, the task force also expressed interest in building affordable housing on light industrial or commercial properties, but staff also failed to support that as well. Why did staff not offer to facilitate acquiring such a property by seeking grants or low-interest loans for affordable housing developments? Question 3, staff worked hard to both illustrate and promote their high-density cottage zoning in R1 under the guise of claiming an affordable housing crisis. If staff also claims an affordable housing crisis, why has staff not amended the bulk plan law back to its original dimensions and stop the ongoing scraping of our existing affordable housing? Our city already has non-conforming structures, so staff cannot use concern for creating non-conforming structures as justification for ongoing scraping of existing affordable housing, especially while staff are simultaneously claiming an affordable housing crisis while trying to fast-track high density into R1 neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Bailey, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Noonkemp.
Oh. Yes, Ms. Bailey, have you attended or watched the entire video of every meeting of the Affordable Housing Task Force?
No, I haven't watched every. I have read, and I've been fascinated by this. I didn't expect to find an issue with it, but I have read. You know how each meeting has a long presentation of likes, interests and things like that, and some discussion. I had been watching that, and everything seemed to be quite interesting, and a lot of things were mentioned that were exactly what I was anticipating for affordable housing task force. It was only when I did attend, first the fund affordable housing, when I found out they were told they weren't going to be given our public property to do any development on. And then I attended the next actual, I think it's going to be the second to the last task force meeting, where I spoke about these concerns and listened to a lot of excellent dynamic discussion. But I still walked away with the same concerns.
Thank you. You answered my question. And then my second question is, are you aware who is facilitating the meetings, that the city has hired a facilitator an outside party to facilitate these meetings, not city staff?
Again, you're talking to someone who has experienced, I've lived here for over 35 years, and I've dealt with city council and staff for a long time. So I have a different perspective of how I view the structure of how the city gets what it wants.
So can you just be clear, are you aware that there is a third party facilitator?
Yeah, she did explain that although she did also say, that staff provided her as the facilitator for the task force.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank
I'll address
you.
more in response.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Ms. Bailey, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Elizabeth, topic being homelessness. Or homeless, sorry. Good evening, Elizabeth. You could just
Good
state your
evening.
name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Elizabeth. My address is 1428 Elm Street, Springwood, Ohio.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Elizabeth. I thought living on Elm Street is a nightmare until I saw the city of Englewood. It's a scary place if you are homeless or a homeless advocate. Here, you will be criminalized and falsely arrested for standing up for your rights if you are just a homeless. I've seen your police leave homeless folks to die on a bench in negative-degree weather after giving a citation. This man physically could not walk due to frostbite on his feet. Luckily, there was a homeless advocate nearby and witnessed the entire thing go down. This cold snap was really detrimental to this man. He ended up losing his leg and was given a citation and was criminally cited. He couldn't walk. He was eating his pills from the hospital that they gave it to him for his frostbite. He was eating that for food. And your policemen still want to give him a citation. She is solely responsible for this man being alive today, actually. She took him to get his leg amputated. This was back in January. And she still, to this day, takes him to rehabilitation, physical rehabilitation. Also takes him to purchase his groceries. She takes care of this man. She's found temporary housing for him. And yet Englewood just wants to give him a citation and tell him, sorry, you can't exist. You're dying on a bench. I personally have attempted to help one of your homeless constituents off the streets here in Englewood. And let me tell you that your flyer full of resources that you have listed that you're so proud to hand to everybody and say, oh, did you call these numbers? Let me tell you, those numbers don't work. It's horrible. Have any of you ever attempted to help somebody get off the streets? It's damn near impossible. That list of resources is as useful as wiping your ass. Honestly, you get more use out of it. And you're all so proud of it. I bet none of you have called a single one of those numbers for a soul. I've seen the way you've treated homeless advocates who stand here with loud mouths and you don't like, but who cares? You're the government.
Elizabeth, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none. Elizabeth, thank you for your time tonight. Before we go to the next speaker, sir, I think you're recording. There's no recording allowed from the bench. If you do want to record, you can go to the back of the room to record from that spot, sir.
Oh, you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Sir, so if you could just stop recording or move to the back of the room to finish your recording, you could do it at that point.
Did you not take...
Mr. Pinkerton, no, Mr. Pinkerton.
Sir.
Hey, call of order. Mr. Pinkerton, I gave you the information to either go to the back of the room or turn off the equipment. So those are the two options, sir.
No, see, this is
All right, okay.
This is from my...
All right, everyone. So I have asked I believe it's Mr. Pinkerton. I may be wrong in terms of the name. Pinkerling. I have asked you to turn off the recording, sir. You haven't done so. Sir, since you haven't turned off the recording, I'm going to ask you to leave this meeting.
You know what? I don't care because...
Mr. Pinkerling, I have asked you to leave the meeting.
Sir.
All right, everyone. I'm going to ask for recess in order for... as Mr. Pinkerling has not left the meeting. Everyone, we're gonna recess for a quick 5 minutes while this gets handled by the city attorney. Thank you.
Trespass me from here for committing no crime and it's on video. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Tyree? Well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about your cops, violating my constitutional rights? I want to because then they're violating my constitutional rights. No, they ain't gonna touch me because they don't want a lawsuit. They don't want, I don't care. He can lock me up. You know why? Because I need the money. Shoot, flat out. This man right here knows. He's a veteran. He even swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. Most of these Tyree cops were veterans. And guess what? They got out of a Tyree military
Oh, we're just taking a short recess while we wait for 2 council members, so start up again when the 2 council members are present. All right, good evening. We are now back. Up next, and apologies for that delay, Josh Bowl is up next to speak about homeless advocate as well.
I don't feel like I can speak now. I want to do it.
Thank you. Nicole Guild is the next speaker, or Gould? No Nicole Gould? Okay. Gary Kozak. I think I saw Gary. There you are. No, take your time, Gary. You're fine. Good evening, Mr. Kozak. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Gary Kozak,
Oh, yeah, if you could turn on the mic. Green star. There you are.
Is there? Gary Kozak, Oxford and Lipan.
Thank you, sir.
Been there all my life. That's 73 years. And I'm recovering from my surgery and stuff, and I've tried to follow some of what you got going on. I know the Sam's Automotive project was one of my little projects, and Sam's himself has threatened to sue us and all this. Well, that's all fine and dandy. There is no lawsuit. There never will be from him. God bless him if he does. The city of Englewood, though, could have a few lawsuits. The construction has started. I have a major question for the city and the city council. Was there any asbestos abatement? Because that was constructed when asbestos was used. My neighbors, I'm representing several neighbors on Lipan Street that come out to their car and they have to clean their windows off of their car from all the dust. Well, it's not just dirt dust, there's cement dust. And we have several children, grade school and lower, living in our neighborhood. Okay, in most construction sites, they come through and they water it down when they start digging up the dirt. Well, as they tore up the cement and stuff, they didn't do that either. Now, I'm recovering from my surgery, and I've had some more coughing and stuff than I normally do, but I have to blame some of that on the esophagus because I'm still having trouble from the surgery. I'm asking the city council to look into it, and I know I had called in representation of my neighbors because they called me and started complaining about it, and so now I'm addressing the city council. And I hope that there will be more done to protect the health and wealth of our neighborhood. We already know the street violation is going to be too massive. Now, I'm going to turn to the little situation that just occurred, and God bless you because you're going to get sued over it. Yes, he disrupted your meeting, but only on the mayor's direction. I can sit here on my phone right here and I could be recording it, and you're going to stop me? That's a press. If I'm a member of the press, you directed him to go back and record it as a member of the press. I said my piece. God, I hope nobody gets sick from the dust and stuff. That it's massive amounts of noise, but it's extremely dusty and dirty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kozak, for coming tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none. Mr. Kozak, thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Mr. Irwin, here to talk about traffic calming. Good evening, Mr. Irwin. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Ivan Irwin, 4025 South Jason Street. I've addressed the council before about the traffic calming on Jason Street, which is I'm sad to report they're wrapping it up. What they've decided to do is pretty much finished. They opened up the street a couple of days ago. They got a little bit of stuff they're doing on the side of the crosswalk, which doesn't interfere with traffic. It was beautiful for the last 3 or 4 months. Either Mansfield end of Jason was closed or the Oxford end of Jason was closed. The drivers didn't believe the signs that said the street is closed, and they'd come in one end, drive all the way to the other end, and they couldn't go through physically because of ditches and so forth. So they'd turn around and zoom back faster because they were mad. Okay, so we're promised a 4-inch raised crosswalk. The traffic guy was here showing that as a beautiful thing, and I interrupted and basically told her to shut up. So they went from a beautiful 4-inch raised crosswalk, which would have required traffic to stop and then ease over it. Now you go down there and talk to an engineer, and he says, well, there's 3-inch rise. I defy any of you to walk down there and say there's a 3-inch rise. There may be, but it's imperceptible. It's smooth as silk now. It used to have crummy asphalt, which would, but now it's smooth as silk. So they roar by, and once the drivers who have been turning around after they finally realize it really was closed, find out it's not closed, they'll be roaring through. I think it's going to be brought up later to City Council And we need something to physically make people stop there. Traffic bumps or something, or the 4-inch original raised crosswalk. So appreciate it, anything you guys can do.
Mr. Irwin, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Plan from them that showed it was going to be a raised crosswalk at some point.
That was very beautiful. It was put out by Fifield. It was a drawing, showed this 4-inch raised crosswalk. I expanded, it was on PDF file, so we can expand that. Printed it out on vellum paper, presented to all the neighborhoods. Look, this is what we're gonna get. We're, Ray.
When did they give you that? When did you get that PDF from them?
I think I gave it to you. The one I have is dated August of 23.
So that's when they brought it around? Or did they bring it around later?
Email. I was very active in emailing back and forth with Greg Vance and some other people with Fifield and so forth. And they were very generous. And originally, actually, Sean Lewis got something for me, which was basically what they ended up with. And then Fifield said, no, we're giving you this 4-inch raised crosswalk. It came in the PDF file from them.
Okay.
August 2023.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll bring this up more later.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I actually, I have a question though. If they put in a stop sign, would that work?
Yes, if they have to stop, I bet a lot of them won't, but if you write a few tickets, stop signs would work. One of the engineers down there on the crosswalk said they couldn't even put a speed limit sign right there. They have one at the beginning of the block, either way, the two block stretch, but he said they couldn't put a speed limit sign there.
Okay.
Everybody has a different perspective. If I talk to 12 people who come and work and so forth, I'll get a different story, but a stop sign, both ways would work. I very much accept that.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that.
Any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Irwin, thank you very much for your time tonight. And our final speaker is Regan Benson. I know Regan's out. Do you want to see if Regan wants to? Thank you, Gary. Regan, can you put down your phone, please? And not
Put
record
it down?
And not record this session. If you need to record, you can leave it at the back of the room.
I'm recording my public comment just like I did last time.
Regan, if you could put the camera at the back of the room and then you can state your name, your city, or your address.
So you want the phone down?
Yes, please.
Is
Thank
that
you.
okay?
Yes.
Okay, what else do
Regan,
you need from me?
So Regan, if you could just state your name and your address for cross streets or the city that you reside.
The city that I reside in, Utopia.
We can start the clock. Regan, if you could just state your name and your address or the city that you reside in.
I just did. So I'm being recognized to speak, correct?
Regan, if you could just state the city that you reside in, please.
Utopia.
And then you can. Are you going to state the city that you reside in?
Utopia.
Regan, go ahead and begin.
Good job, Mayor. That's for you. I got 3 minutes up here, huh? It's a good time. Y'all proud of yourselves? Tamara, you're so smart. You're so pretty. You're a genius. Sean, Tim, Tina, nice job getting up and walking out. That was awesome. Way to get it done. If anybody in the room doesn't know, they issued a warrant for my arrest for speaking at the public meeting. You see what's going on here in Englewood? They hate the homeless. They hate anyone that's suffering. They hate anyone that has any mental illness issues. They hate them all. They want them gone. And anyone else that dare speak for them or represent them. This is your Englewood. Y'all made it this way. And your voters, they put you up there because they made some bad decisions, really bad decisions. Tamara, you're so pretty. You lying snake. I'm clapping. You hear me clapping? I'm clapping for myself and for my brave people, which doesn't include you. You.
Regan, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Any questions for members of council?
Yeah, any
Seeing
questions,
none,
please?
thank you very much, Regan. And that concludes public comment tonight. I give a response tonight, so I'll go down in order. Mr. Forlines, is he still here? Thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight regarding the park bond and just some of the accessibility items that you'd like for us to consider. I do believe that we give a few free days, but I think that we should be considering them as part of all our park amenities that we provide. So I'm sure that we can take a look at that here in the near future. Ms. Hupka, thank you very much, and bringing to the attention the fact that the hours may be providing an impediment for some of the book club members. I need to get a little bit more information on this. I know that you would like for us to amend the budget here tonight to increase it to at least 8 p.m. in order to provide the, I need a little bit more information in terms of the scheduling of the staff itself, but I obviously want to be able to provide this continued service to the book clubs. So I don't want to make any decisions without considering the budget and just staff hours and that type of thing. So I'm just going to be asking for a little bit more information from members of our staff in order to get a full picture of this. But this is something that I'm glad that you brought to our radar, so thank you. Ms. Bailey, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. I won't have all the answers for you tonight, but Ms. Bailey, I know that you and I have, I'm not sure if you're still in attendance tonight, but I know we don't see eye to eye on a lot of the items that we have been considering on council, especially around affordability or the infrastructure improvements with stormwater. I know that we've tried to speak on the issues in the past, but we just don't seem to see eye to eye on those. But no, in terms of affordability and housing, I think this council has been pretty frank that we are looking at all aspects of the city in order to provide more affordability. I know that those are specific questions that are being brought forth in front of the task force itself, but we do want to consider affordability in all our decisions regarding development. Elizabeth, thank you very much for coming and speaking on the homeless issue. We definitely want to look at the community resources flyer. I know that there was going to be a new document that's going to be provided, so hopefully that clears up some of the incorrect numbers that are on there and just the full scope of our partners that are helping provide services within the city itself. Gary, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. I will be asking a question of city staff whether or not all asbestos abatement occurred and proper demolition and cleanup was occurred before any new improvement or building occurred. So I will be asking that of city staff here tonight. Mr. Irwin, thank you very much for coming and speaking again on the traffic calming within the city. This one actually upsets me because this is something that we asked for as part of the development at Five Fields. So I know that we received the response, but I guess we're going to be asking that question again in terms of what it is that we can do in order to make that a safer street. So obviously we received a response, but we'll see what else can be done there. So I guess in terms of just a council request, if I could get a little bit more information on that, City Manager Lewis, on that aspect. Regarding the asbestos abatement at the new development that is occurring at Sam's, if you could just provide that kind of, whether any asbestos abatement did occur prior to any construction occurring, as well as just whether or not we followed all safety and basically environmental concerns prior to any construction occurring. Let me see if there was any other question. And then just a question from Ms. Hupka regarding what the impact would be to increasing the hours to 8 p.m. And just getting a full view of what that may mean from a budgetary standpoint or a scheduling standpoint, in order to get a better idea of what it is that we need to do on city council in order to remedy the issue. That is all I have on my side. Mayor Pro Tem first, and then I'll go to Member Wright.
Yeah, I wanted just a little more specificity on Mr. Irwin's issue with the crosswalk. I'd like to know what happened that the developer's plan got changed if that happened at the staff level. What was the policy that was driving that, and when that got changed, so that such that it didn't get built. And also now, what are our options for retrofitting that with a raised element or speed bumps or something like that to get those? Because I do think I've driven down there a couple times. There's no elevation there, and at least not that's perceptible. And I'd like to, I think that would really help to have a little some bumps there or something like that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Wright, and then Member Praying, and then Member Russell. Go ahead,
Thank
Member
you.
Wright.
Thank you so much. I had a couple council requests when it comes to the library, please. I'd like to know how long it takes for the book clubs on how to gather the requested books from neighboring libraries and that type of stuff. And then also, I would like to know what liability the city has with staff attending the books on at the bar, and are they paid while they're attending, since it would be some of that time is after normal library hours. And my concern is if something happens, what liability the city would have. And then to follow on the SAMS project, are all codes and permits being pulled and followed? When Mr. Kozak mentioned watering down construction sites so dust isn't all over, I've been around those construction sites before, and I've recalled where they've had big water trucks where they are pouring water, so I'm concerned about the neighbors and the health. That's unhealthy dust, so I would like a request on that for it to be checked out, please.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Praying.
Member Wright covered my question about the process to collect books from other libraries, and I just would want to have a sense of the time commitment or burden on staff to better understand supporting one club over another.
Thank you, Member Praying, and Member Russell.
About the book club issue, I would like to know what's changed in the library. Why, have we cut the budget? And I mean, if the things we heard tonight were absolutely true, that is very problematic. So I just would like to add on to those. The council request for Mr. Irwin, I am incredibly disappointed that there was nothing there, because that was promised to those residents so they wouldn't backfire and go get the whole neighborhood against them. That company should be held responsible to do that. We shouldn't be having to sit here to ask questions. And number one, if we're not going to get it done, we need a stop sign there. So there's that. And then actually, I would like the city manager to address somewhat, because I've already asked about spraying and what is staff doing. There's already been an answer to that question, correct? So if you could share that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Russell. And City Manager Lewis, is there anything that you want to add there, or?
Member Russell, were you asking for that right now?
Yes, because I would like Mr. Kozak assured that his neighborhood is being taken care of before he leaves tonight. Thank you.
Mayor?
Go ahead, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive that concern from Member Russell. from one of her constituents. At that point, the first phone call was made by the building official to the developer saying that we had received a complaint. They told us that they would wet the area down on that day. In terms of the enforcement, also asked about that. And this is, enforcement is outlined in 15-3-2, informal abatement. We do address usually through a verbal warning, which was done. That for the next time, and Mr. Kozak, I would encourage you to call this in. It escalates to an official notice on the second complaint. If the informal warning does not resolve the issue within 7 business days, the city can issue a 14-day official posting notice. Alternatively, the city may proceed directly to issuing a summons, and that would be my direction to staff, since obviously we don't want to wait 14 days if there is a problem. Summons and formal process is step number 3. Upon issuing that summons, the city will gather formal statements from subject matter experts like the building department or other team members, as well as neighbors, and the witness statements. Witnesses providing statements must be willing to testify in court regarding the nuisance, and then the structure really tries to allow for a gradual escalation from informal resolution to formal legal action if the issue persists. So we are preparing to take those steps.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Member Russell, anything else on?
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Real quick, Member Russell, on the item that you were asking for regarding the library, so basically why the change in hours, that is the crux of the question, right?
Right.
It's like,
Why are they changing hours? Why did they have to change this book club?
And whether or not City Council decreased the budget of the library.
Right. Did we decrease the library or the budget of the library? And if attendance has increased in the library, why would we decrease the budget? So, thank you.
No, thank you so much, Member Russell and Member Noonan-Kemp.
I agree with many of the council requests that have already been stated, so I won't duplicate them. But I did want to just speak to Ms. Bailey, who I believe already left, but I told her I would respond in council in response. About her concerns around the Affordable Housing Task Force. And I just want to make it abundantly clear for both her or anyone else who may be curious about how the agenda for the Affordable Housing Task Force has been created, including the role of our staff in this process. So the Affordable Housing Task Force, I'm a liaison to this task force, so is Member Anderson. We are non-voting members. We do not shape the meetings or participate in them in a meaningful way, but we listen and observe and answer questions as needed. But the agenda is really crafted by the members themselves. So they, and I have been at every meeting that we've been doing this work, except for the last one, which was a working meeting, where they have told us and told the facilitator, a third-party facilitator, which City Council actually authorized the investment in. They have told that facilitator, this is what we would like to learn. This is what we would like to talk about. This is what we would like to explore and investigate for the city of Englewood. And then staff has been responsive in those requests to be able to find speakers and to support the facilitator in making sure that those citizen requests are responded to and that information is effective. Also, City Council did help create the scope of the Affordable Housing Task Force, and if anyone is concerned about what they're discussing, it really, you can lay the blame on me, on City Council, on people who have had input on how the meetings, what information they cover and kind of the scope of that group. Our staff has been extremely deferential to the citizens themselves and to the facilitator and to the council direction, and they have not, I would say to an extreme, they have had no leadership in this task force whatsoever. They have really been responsive to what either council has directed or what citizens have requested. So I want to make that abundantly clear, and that whatever recommendations come from the task force to City Council, that people have confidence that they're coming directly from the citizens based on what they have requested and what they have learned over the course of the last year. So if anyone has additional questions, including Ms. Bailey, I would love to speak to them about it.
All right, thank you very much. And that concludes public comment. We're moving on to consent agenda items. Do we need a break or are we good to continue? All right, I think we're good.
Mayor.
Yes.
If I could, this is on at the end of the agenda.
Oh, I was going to do it after consent agenda, but.
Oh, okay.
But
that's
did
fine.
you just want to go ahead and just?
Yeah, I want to make a motion to table 11C1 to our next regular meeting, October or November. Is it November 4th?
Okay. November 4th. So you'd like to table 11C1 to November 4th. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second on that?
May I ask what 11C?
This is a future PFAS settlements. The reason for the postponement is that it is not a time-sensitive issue, and we may potentially have a very long evening tonight. So our director of utilities did say that this is something that we could potentially move until November 4th. Go ahead, Member Russell.
What if we decide that there's other things we want to table?
We could also do it at that time as well, Member Russell. The other reason for it is that if you look at our agenda, Director Van Rye is here for some of the items prior to that, but the last items towards the end of the evening are going to be mostly or our City Attorney Tamara. So there could potentially be quite a bit of delay before getting to that last item.
Yeah, I just wanted to do it now so that when staff is done with their other items, they don't have to wait until the very end of the agenda when we table that. That was the only reason for doing it now.
Thank you.
Can we make a motion to move it up to the rest of his other stuff?
We could, but right now we have a motion for tabling to the November 4th. Could I get a second on that?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments?
I'll just speak to the reason for it. This is one that staff said was not an urgent thing. It could potentially even wait several months, but they're going to be here at the next meeting anyway, so they said that would be fine. But this is something we could bump quite easily.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Going back now to consent agenda items, I didn't see any items being pulled. Do I have that correct? All right, if we're good, then can I get a motion to approve 9A1, 9B1?
Actually,
Sure.
Can I just ask a question? I was gonna pull this, and I see that Madeline Hinkfuss is sitting here, 9A1. I just wanted to know about the activity book. Could we?
So I'll go ahead and pull that one. So can I get a motion to approve 9B1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 9C 1 and 2?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you. Member Russell, you pulled 9A1. Ms. Hinkfuss, I think I kept you from speaking earlier tonight, but now here's your chance, so. Apologies for earlier tonight. Good evening, Madeline.
Hello.
All right, Member Russell, you have a question?
Yes, I was just curious to know what this book is about, who wrote it. I know what's in here, but
Yeah.
I have really no idea what we're approving, really.
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of background. So tonight, the Neighborhood Improvement Grant recipients were honored or received a recognition. And so this coloring book is one of those grant projects. So it's going to be an activity book, and we've partnered with Arapahoe County for this. It's going to be in English and Spanish, and it will be given out for free for kids in Englewood. So there's going to be a lot of activities, and the person who organized this book, his name is Andrew Forlines, and he has helped with the design and helped with the agreement with Arapahoe County and just the fruition of the book.
So is it about the activities even in the city of Englewood, the coloring book, or?
So I would say it's more of an activity book. So it's all focused on Englewood. It's focused on your neighborhood. So it's like an activity about going to meet your neighbors, like who lives next door, who lives across the street, who do you call in an emergency, when do you call 911, things like that.
Perfect. All right, thank you for sharing that. I'm glad I asked, and I'm glad you were here because I wouldn't have asked.
Thank you.
Any further questions on 9A1? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9A1?
I move to approve 9A1.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Wright. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Madeline and Mr. Forlines, thank you very much for your participation in this. Really appreciate it. We're now moving on to public hearing tonight. So we do have a public hearing revision of home occupation and natural medicines regulation in Title 16 Unified Development Code. I will make a motion to open the public hearing.
Second?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, the public hearing is now open. We're just going to do this all at once. Anyone that may be speaking on this matter, anyone that may be speaking for or against the public hearing tonight, if you wouldn't mind just standing and raising your right hand, we'll have the city clerk, or deputy city clerk, just swear you in at this point. So anyone that may be speaking on this item or speaking for or against.
Okay, go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council? Okay, and then when you come to the podium, just state your name and department. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we had anyone online, but I'm hoping, do we have anyone online?
We had a couple directors, but oh, no, they're not there anymore. I think they were here for something else.
Okay.
The budget, probably.
All right, so I guess we will just open this up. So Mr. Charles, good evening. If you just want to go ahead and just start the presentation on this.
Good evening, council. Let me make sure we're on the right page here. Perfect. Alrighty, so as you can kind of tell from the header on the council packet, there is two portions to this. There's the home occupations as well as the natural medicines. Normally I'd like to take them as two separate things, but with timelines, with state procedures and things like that, these natural medicine portions are a little time sensitive and they overlap with the portions we've been working on for home occupations. So I'll say that, and that'll kind of cover that until Brian's portion of the presentation later on that kind of covers those natural medicines. I'll go through the home occupations and then we'll kind of do a Q&A for the home occupations, and then I'll turn it over to Brian for the natural medicines, and then any questions you have on those, he can take. But yeah, so with that, getting into the presentation. So the last time City Council saw this was back in May. We had a study session going over the current home occupation regulations or home-based business regulations. And then we also presented what the American Planning Association kind of best practices were. And then after that took some recommendations from council about some possible improvements to that. After that, we went to the Planning and Zoning Commission at the beginning of June. And at that meeting, kind of a similar thing, presented those best practices, heard their feedback as well. And then from there, we went out to the community. So this involved 3 neighborhood night meetings as well as a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce. And at these meetings, we gave a list, the prohibited use list, what's on it, and asked if any of those should be removed, kept the same, or anything added to those lists. And then additionally, we asked some kind of performance standards, and I'll kind of get into what those ones were. About possible changes for all home occupations out there. So those 4 meetings. After that, we went back to Planning and Zoning Commission and had another session with them to kind of go over those findings and get some final feedback. And then in September of this year, or September of last month, we had a public hearing for these standards. Alrighty. So the first one was a pretty simple and small one. It's allowing these home occupations as accessory uses in the MUB1, MUB2, I1, and I2 districts. So those MUB1 and MUB2, currently in the code, if you were living in an apartment in the MUB1 or MUB2, or living in one of the few single-family houses in that area, you would technically be prohibited from running a home occupation. Same thing in the I1 and I2. You can't build any new residences in those districts, but there are some legal non-conforming uses in those districts where there are single-family homes. And similarly, you technically wouldn't be able to run a home-based business out of your house if you lived in one of those non-conforming homes. So this just kind of cleans that up to allow for, if you live in a residence in Englewood, you could run a home occupation. The next slide, the next few slides are the performance standards. So the first one is just a clarification in the code. Home occupations or remote work, so where if you work for a company and you just take your calls, your work on your computer, things like that, your work from home situations, those have always been allowed. There's just now a clear call out in the code that those things are allowed as home occupations. The next, getting into the actual performance standards, the first one is unchanged, so that's it should remain looking like a home from the outside. So if you're looking at a property with a home occupation in it, it should still, look just like any other residence. The next one, this was a question asked of the community, which had a lot of positive feedback, which was to potentially increase the number of non-resident employees that could work at a home occupation. So that was shifted from one non-resident to 2 non-residents. So, the person working in that home or the person living in that home would need to be, working for that home occupation, but they could have 2 additional people that don't live in the home. Location of activity. This was a big one that kind of spurred a lot of the discussion around these home occupation standards. And so that change was to allow for home occupations in the rear yards if screened by a privacy fence. So kind of the main one, I think, for these was, potentially, growing flowers or things like that in your backyard and then, selling those. Under the current code, anything in the backyard besides home care uses, so, think, like daycare, that kind of thing, are prohibited outside the structures. With this change, any home occupation could use that exterior space in the rear yard if screened for their home occupation. The next one is traffic. So this is another one that was asked had some feedback as well from the public and from Planning and Zoning Commission, which was potentials to allow for group classes. So for this, the currently proposed is to have potential for group classes up to 4 customers. This is another one that kind of came up for enforcement purposes, where a gentleman wanted to have glass blowing classes out of his house. Also some other ones are like pottery classes, things like that. These under the current regulations, you can only have 1 customer at the property at a time. So if you wanted to do any sort of classes, you would be limited to that 1 customer. So this would allow for group classes, and then as well as pushing the number of customers up to 12 customers a day, and no more than 2 at a time. And for similar reasons of a little more flexibility as far as the number of people that can come to these home occupations. This one's kind of a spoiler for later on in the prohibited uses, but we have this little piece as well for animal grooming businesses or animal grooming uses, which basically links back to some code enforcement language regarding the number of animals that can be in a structure at any given time. So limiting that home occupation to the same standards that anyone else that owns pets would have to follow. The next one is to do with outdoor sales. So this is something that a lot of neighboring communities have in their codes. And it's basically to allow temporary stands if you wanted to do, the ones I've kind of seen are, kind of small farmers markets or like saplings, things like that. to sell during the spring, where you would set up a little, table, and then have, where people could buy those. We wrote on here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then all those structures. So the temporary, if you had a table and a chair, you'd have to bring those in overnight. So if you wanted to do Friday and Saturday, you would, bring it out there Friday, take it all back in, take it all back out on Saturday. All right, and that was the end of the performance standard changes. The equipment and the signage stayed the same as far as these regulations. All righty, so getting into the prohibited use list, these are the things that were changed in the prohibited use list. We heard a lot of feedback during the neighborhood nights, specifically around these first two. There was a lot of feedback on those two. So the community seemed to be very receptive about animal grooming, not so much about a lot of the other animal related uses. So we carved that one out of that definition. So licensed animal groomers would be allowed. Again, linking back to that same requirement about how many pets can be in a house. And then also for same thing for these barbers, hairdressers, cosmetologists, beauticians, and massage therapists. Originally, we had left off massage therapists from this list, and then at the direction of the Planning and Zoning Commission, we included that one as a use to remove from the prohibited use list. So, allowing massage therapy as well. The next one is another clarification one. So specifically calling out cottage food businesses as allowed as a home occupation. These were always allowed, but again, a clarification to make sure it's specific. The next one is more to do with kind of nuance, and that's allowing for one large vehicle to be parked in compliance with, again, a different portion of the code. This one's mainly for those, landscape and those kind of businesses where, someone parks their work truck at home, it's got their mowers and things like that in it. This was specifically letting them know that, that is okay and that's totally fine to do. You couldn't have, 3 of those parked in the backyard, but you could have, your one work truck, and that's fine. And then the last one, as I alluded to, there's some overlap between home occupations and natural medicines. So the last addition to the prohibited use list is prohibiting natural medicines in kind of a similar language to what's currently in there for marijuana-based businesses. And then we added in this identify special exception process for home occupations. So this is kind of getting back into what we talked about with the American Planning Association's kind of recommendations where, you'd have this tier list of types of home occupations where maybe there's more flexibility if you go through a bigger public outreach process. So getting to that, basically the way that these would hopefully work is if you wanted to get relief from some of those performance standards, so that would be things like the number of employees or the number of customers that could come or things like that. You could apply for a special exception to get relief from those. That would go to a public hearing before a Planning and Zoning Commission. But you couldn't apply for one to do a prohibited use. So those prohibited uses are prohibited, and there's not an exception to do a prohibited use. As far as the process, it would go, as I said, Planning and Zoning Commission for a hearing. The property owner or representative could apply for it. It would go through a development review team meeting with staff, so we could give a recommendation and hear from all departments to make sure everything's covered on that front, to make sure there's no issues. It would be posted on the property. And then appeals would come to this group. And then also they would expire at the, at the sale of the property, or if somebody else takes ownership of the home. As far as review criteria, we leaned on kind of the current ones for conditional uses, which also go before the Planning and Zoning Commission, which are kind of a similar idea between conditional uses and these special exceptions. So they would need to link back to the comprehensive plan of how they're meeting those. They would need to be compatible with the area, so not creating nuisances onto neighbors. There'd be a recommendation from city staff, and then Planning and Zoning Commission could add any site-specific standards to the approval. And then, as I mentioned, the one change from Planning and Zoning Commission is that addition of, or I guess removal of massage therapy from the prohibited home occupation list. And so with that one amendment, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended 7-0 to forward it to this board with an approval. And that is it for me, if you have any questions about this portion of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. Yeah, I think we'll ask questions here and then go to Brian, but go ahead, Mayor Protem.
Thank you. Several questions here. Thank you for the presentation, Will.
Yeah.
On the outdoor sales where you can set up a little booth in the front yard, how does that work with the number of customers? Can you only have 2 customers come up to that booth at a time, or is that kind of an exception, and is that clear?
Yeah, we saw that as a separate thing. So,
Okay.
Kind of, think of it as like a stand so people can come up and walk away. The 12 would be for if you have bringing people into your home and selling goods inside the structure.
Okay. Then the other question was on, so the food and beverage service was previously prohibited, but we've always kind of understood that to, like, I believe it was, food and beverage where you would have, use your house as a restaurant or something like that. I feel like the question here is around the specificity. I mean, I like that people are allowed to do cottage foods, but what if somebody has a cottage foods where they're making baked goods or something, business grows, and now they want to put in a triple sink in their basement and get it registered with the county to actually sell them not just as cottage foods but sell them wholesale, that kind of thing. Would that be allowed, or are we now prohibiting that with the new language around cottage foods?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a provision or I think there is a carve out on how much you can make as a cottage food. I'm not 100% on that, but if it's not considered a cottage food, it would be prohibited, and there wouldn't be an exception to that because that would be a use exception at that point.
Okay, so now under the new rules, we're only allowing cottage foods. We're not allowing businesses that would.
Correct. So in the old code, it was also really that one didn't actually change. So before it said food and beverage services, but cottage foods were always separate from that. Now in the code, it explicitly says if you're doing cottage foods, which are allowed by the state, you can do those. So it's before it was that food and beverages is mainly about like restaurants and that kind of thing. You had what you described it as was very good.
Yeah. So I'm what it sounds like is we're getting, since the food and beverage was about restaurants and stuff, it sounds to me like before you would be allowed to have cottage foods business that's selling stuff offsite or mailing it to customers or something like that. But under the old code, you'd also be allowed to, if you got county approval for your kitchen, be allowed to go beyond the quantities of cottage foods. Am I understanding that this in this particular instance, the way the codes are written are now more restrictive than the old? Than the way they're currently written?
My impression of the way it's written currently is it's the same as what it was before, the exact same. The only difference now is that if you were doing cottage foods under those limitations, it's explicitly called out in the code that that's okay. Same thing as what work from home was, where it wasn't something that was, carved out in the code where it has its own sentence that says you're good to go. But cottage foods are covered, by the state. So those were allowed, regardless of city regulations, and so this just makes it explicit and the same as those.
Okay, then my last question, is that okay, one more? Okay, is allowing a vehicle under 11.6.2, I'm not familiar with that piece of code. What are the limitations on that under?
Yeah, I meant to look
under
that
Title
up,
11.
and I forgot to right before this meeting, but
No problem.
from what I recall, it's basically, you can't have like an 18-wheeler in your backyard, but you can have, a flatbed. Brian's got the number. I think it's 100 or something like that.
It's what it is specific to is people parking their vehicles in the right of way.
Okay.
What we wanted to do is not penalize a home occupation by saying you can do your business, but you couldn't park your vehicle the same way that your neighbor could if they work somewhere off-site. So we're just trying to bridge that gap.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Member Ward.
A couple questions. I'll begin with the location. I just need some clarification on the way this location of activity is worded. It says it's allowed within the dwelling and accessory building, but it can cover no more of 50% of the interior space. Is that in reference to the interior space of the shell as a whole, or is that 50% of the dwelling or 50% of the ADU? Because an ADU by its nature is smaller than the principal dwelling. So it would be less than 50% of the total building. So I could envision a situation where someone would live in the main residence and conduct business out of the ADU. Are we intending to allow that under the code, or am I reading this incorrectly?
Yeah, so, Brian, I don't know if you have a different, but I would think it would be the 50% of the interior space as a total number.
Yeah, I agree. What we would do is add up all the interior space. So if somebody was trying to operate, I'm thinking to a previous city I worked in, a gentleman built fishing lures in his garage. So we wouldn't say you can only use 50% of your garage. We would add up all the space to get that. We have a very high number at 50%. For a lot of communities, some of them are lower, so we're open. Generally, it is actually your decision, so we're listening. But yes, it would be, we would add up all the interior space and then determine the 50% from that. So yes, if somebody were trying to do it in an ADU, it could encompass the entire ADU as for a place where they're operating their short-term or their home occupation.
Okay, I think that last clarification got it for me. So in this case, we would classify the entire property as the total square footage, and as long as not more than 50% of that, inclusive of the primary residence and the ADU, is dedicated to the business, that would be legal.
So the 50% is for the interior of the structures.
Okay.
Otherwise completely correct.
Not the lot itself, but the interior of the structures. The space that would be otherwise useful for a business.
Correct.
My second question is in regards to the list of prohibited uses, and I would like to know what the logic is behind this list of prohibited uses. I see some prohibited uses that I clearly would not want in my neighborhood, and others that are more politically charged. For instance, the one in regards to the manufacture of sale, storage, or assembly of guns, knives, or other weapons and ammunition. Craft knife making is a thing. You guys may or may not know about it, but if I'm running a blacksmith shop and I'm making old-fashioned tools in my garage, that's legal. But as soon as I pound one of those tools into something sharp, I'm doing something that's in violation of the law. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I understand why we wouldn't want automotive service and repair operating in a neighborhood because of the tendency for noise and smells and other disruptions. From a safety standpoint, I get marijuana and natural medicine because of the propensity of those operations to draw certain types of crime or, including theft or other undesirable activity around that area. The other one I have is manufacture of wine, distilled spirits, or malt beverages. If you're doing those for profit, as this is intended to allow, you still need a federal and state license to conduct those businesses. So I'm not sure why we would restrict that on a residential level. If I am a backyard beekeeper, for instance, and I want to manufacture some mead out of my house, I don't see the problem. So if you could help me by elaborating on how we came to that list and why some of these items were included, specifically the ones I just mentioned, that would be helpful for me.
Yeah, so a lot of this came from the main things that kind of influenced what's on this prohibited use list, and it's this is kind of what the, if adopted, this is what the code would look like, is this slide here. But the main things that kind of drove, how we got to, this portion of the prohibited use list is one, from our community feedback. So there was pretty overwhelming support for the animal and personal care uses being loosened. The manufacture of wine was pretty split, honestly, and then the large majority of the other ones were pretty comfortably negative. Then we also asked our other departments, for a lot of the ones where there's liquids or chemicals or things like that involved. That was a big concern for our utilities and those groups, as far as not necessarily that they would always be deal breakers for these businesses and uses, but the intensity of improvements that a property would need to go through could be cost prohibitive just for that specific thing alone. So those are the two main things that kind of influenced how the list got to where it is. Certainly, happy to take feedback or improvements on how it ended up, though.
And as far as the sale of ammunition, that one was included in the 1985 ordinance. So that one's been there for, I'm trying to do the math in my head, about 40 years. The distilling of beer, wine, spirits, I don't know when that one got in there, but it would have been part of the 2004 adoption, I believe.
So if I hear you correctly, these are just relics of our past that we have not chosen to change, like we're changing other provisions of our code here.
Right, and I think the decision to not choose them was geared based on our feedback from our citizens. Those were, I believe, some of the uses where we got kind of a lot of mixed emotion and not really leaning one way or the other.
Member praying, only 4 light up at once, so.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why
person
mine
turns
keeps
off
going out.
one of the other persons, so that's the reason why you keep shutting off. Go
Okay.
ahead, member praying.
Thank you for the presentation, and also thank you to Planning and Zoning for all the work that they did on this to bring us comprehensive recommendations to move forward. I have a few questions on, is there a grievance process? So if you're living in a neighborhood and, we've made some changes here, which I appreciate, to enhance our residents' abilities to have home occupations. But we have increased the allowance of, the number of bodies that can move through, which to me also translates to the number of cars that potentially need to park in an area. So if you had a home next to you that was having a home occupation running classes of some sort, and you've got the allowance of 4 individuals to attend a class and the allowance of 2 additional individuals to be employees, that's 6 additional parking spots. And I'm just a little concerned, like, how do we monitor that? Like, if you're living in that neighborhood and you're starting to run into problems, or you're seeing business hours be kind of outside of that recommended scope of time, how do people address that?
Yeah. So any sort of nuisance case currently and in the future would come to community development for enforcement. So usually how we handle those is first we'll send out a letter that's basically just a warning that says, hey, what you're doing is against the regulations, and you have so and so number of days. I think it's 14 days to correct it, and usually that covers 99% of them. Usually it's just a lack of awareness or not noticing that it's becoming an issue. For those 1% that are still a problem, then we would issue a summons for that complaint. As far as the parking, there are still provisions in here regarding where you should park and maintaining something similar to what's a residence in that area. So that would be kind of our triggers if they were if they were in violation of those, that we could hold them accountable for, meeting those standards.
And would a person running into issues around that need to provide some kind of proof? And how do you do that? I just want to get at the nitty-gritty realities of, increasing these numbers. And if there's 6 additional cars that need to park on my street, to go to a business at the house next to me, how do we help our other neighbors manage that in a way that's fair to both the business and the neighborhood? I just have concerns about how that rolls out. And
the first way that we would get notified is through a complaint. That's currently how it's done, is a complaint basis. One thing I have seen other municipalities do, it's more tied toward short-term rentals in another municipality, but what they require the operator to do is to send out a notice to their immediate neighbors, left, right, across the street, behind the alley, providing them contact information to the operator first, so that any issues that may arise with parking, or if somebody was too loud on site for short-term rental, but not for home occupation, they would contact the operator first to try to work out their differences. And if that didn't work, then they would contact city staff. We also, our code enforcement department has referred businesses to us before. I think they're the ones that referred the glass blowing business to us in the past that, didn't have a license. So there are options. We can include that. We can work with finance department, including that in the application process. Right now, when you apply for a business license, we've already talked to them about whatever is ultimately approved by council. We would have that in our application process, so that anyone running a home occupation has to acknowledge that they've read all the rules, they accept all the rules and responsibilities, and we can provide language that, if you do not, we can issue notices of violation and come back and revoke your business license if need be.
okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. Second question is around licensure. So any businesses that would require a license, I'm assuming when you apply and get approved to have the home occupation, you have to provide proof of that. Do we have a follow-up process? Like, if someone's running a dog grooming service that needs to be licensed for 5 years out of their home, do we go back at a certain interval? How do we follow up and make sure that people are maintaining their license?
So we're part of the initial business license review. So anytime somebody applies for a business license, it goes to multiple departments citywide, and we're part of that. So if someone applies for a business operating out of a home, that's when we tell them we need to do home occupation, or we send them the rules that say you have to meet this. Right now, there's no special process for that. There's no separate license. There's no permit required. You're able to operate or you're not. So we review at that time. That would still occur. If it's somebody that's trying to do something outside of the scope, which would require the new, I think it's special exception process, the business license would pause until we got it approved. We try to document that, put that back into our, I think it's MuniRev system. As far as reviews, there's not currently a review on our end in the community development division, unless there's a new business license that's applied for.
Okay. And then last question, just for clarification on the natural medicines piece that came into this. We're not allowing use of natural medicines as in a clinic situation. However, growing natural medicines are allowed in backyard spaces?
So
Is that
anything
correct?
with natural medicines, and as far as these home occupations, are prohibited on that list.
And it wouldn't prohibit, I think it's 12 by 12, whatever that part of the state law that it was
Okay,
approved, it
that's
would
what I
not
was
prohibit
wondering
that.
about.
It would just prohibit the physical land use. So healing centers, the testing facilities, grow operations, things like that. That's what it's prohibiting, but not the personal use.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Member Wright.
Almost caught me off guard. Thank you. Piggybacking off Member Prank, with the enforcement of the parking, that's a big concern for me. But to go to the opposite of what Member Pring was saying, do you have the staff to go out and confirm what someone may be accusing a business of doing? Because sometimes you just have a bad neighbor that is causing a ruckus where this business may not be doing anything at all. They just want to be a thorn in a cottage business's side. So they're launching complaints that are untrue. I've seen it happen to small businesses.
So what we do in those cases, if we have a complaint about a neighbor operating, I'm thinking of a specific case that's not a home occupation, but someone parking on the street or doing things they're not supposed to do. We have daily inspections. Most days we have inspections that we have to go out and conduct. So what we'll do is add this address to our inspection list and drive by, take a look at what's going on. If we can see visually that there's anything going on outside of the scope of what's allowed, then yes, we start the notice of violation process. We also partner with code enforcement if we need help reviewing or having someone else keep an eye on it. As you know, we don't have a code enforcement officer in our department, so we partner with code enforcement or do as much of the detective work as we can on our own.
And that would be a concern is added businesses, would community development have the staff that's going to be needed to support all of this going on? We've not even gotten to the part 2 with the other natural medicines, I'm sorry. And I guess that'll be a question to the part 2 with all of this enforcement of everything that's coming up with the cottage homes and then the natural medicines.
Yeah, well, I'll leave the natural medicines for after Brian's presentation. I will say the one real nice benefit of home occupations and enforcement is that they are businesses, so they do try to advertise themselves. So it's pretty easy to get in contact with them if there's, things to say, hey, we just heard, someone is, was complaining about this, can you take a look at it? And usually that's as far as a lot of these go. There are always some, a lot of, car mechanic and that kind of uses where those are prohibited currently. Those are going to be prohibited as far as what these changes show. And those ones are, pretty easy to spot. If, there's, 18 broken down cars, that's pretty clear what's going on.
Right.
So that is one nice thing about the enforcement for at least for specifically these home occupations is it's pretty simple to find some contact information to let these people know, so.
Okay, and then I just have one, maybe 2 more questions. A Colorado revised statute was mentioned throughout this document a couple times. I had to go search for it, and it listed the type of cottage businesses that are accepted. So all of these on the list are what would be accepted in Englewood if this is accepted. And then the ones that are flagged not allowed would be prohibited.
They're all the ones we currently allow now through this same process. All this code did was specify we allow this per the state requirement. The code didn't say that previously, and we always got a lot of questions of, do you allow cottage food sales? And so we had,
And would we be following not exceeding net revenue of $10,000 per product also?
so what we could do is only approve the business license if they have proof that they meet the requirements of the cottage food requirements by the state.
Okay, so we would be doing our own home rule and not following state statute. We would have the state statute list, but we would have our own code and not say, okay, you're doing the cottage, but we're not putting a dollar cap on what they can make.
We're letting the state do that. The state manages the cottage food rules. They provide the rules. We're just pointing to the rules that are provided by the agency above us.
Yeah, and I'm all for, make your money, so, okay, thank you.
Any further questions on this aspect of the public hearing? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brian, you're up next. Mike,
He turned it off on me.
he did.
So I believe you guys heard a work session about this. Oh, sorry, my name is Brian Isom, I'm the planning manager. You all received a work session or study session, I believe, last week from Tamara on a separate piece of this. Why it's kind of running separately right now is because Title 16 requires public hearings and a lot more involvement when we're passing rules through Title 16 versus other sections of our code. The other issue that we ran into was timing. So home occupations, those amendments were already traveling through Planning and Zoning Commission. When the state finally approved the rules for natural medicines, which we honestly anticipated a little bit later in the year, we had to pause home occupations, add natural medicines in so that we can get everything adopted by January 1st, 2025. So that's why these are running kind of separately, but we'll do our best to get through these. So what the legislation allows for is the operation of a business involved in cultivation, manufacturing, and testing of natural medicines, referred to in Title 16 as natural medicine cultivation facilities, natural medicine products manufacturers, and natural medicine testing facilities, as well as healing centers. So the rules state that local governments cannot prohibit natural medicine uses within the city. We can enact regulations that place time, place, and manner restrictions on uses. Our regulations cannot be unreasonable or in conflict with state law. And as I mentioned previously, the state of Colorado intends to begin issuing licenses at the beginning of 2025. So we need to get regulations in place by the end of this year. Our Title 16 amendments really mimic what we see for medical marijuana uses. So healing centers permitted in the M2, MUB1, MUB2, I1, and I2 districts, and then proposals to allow cultivation facilities, product manufacturer, and testing facilities in all I1 and I2 districts. Specific use standards that would be added or proposed to be added in districts where natural medicine uses are enabled. They shall comply with the following: all state licensing regulations and requirements in City of Englewood licensing and requirements, and natural medicine uses shall not be permitted as a home occupation. The last thing these amendments do are include definitions in Chapter 13 for each of these 4 uses plus natural medicine definition, all defined in those Colorado state statutes. And instead of creating our own definitions, we work with a city attorney to really just point back to the enabling legislation and say, here's what it is as defined by the state. At your previous meeting, we heard a lot of questions about distancing. So I'll make this very blunt. The distancing portions are still in the Title V regulations, but we do know that they play a hand in where you would allow these things from a zoning capacity. So we thought that those maps would be instrumental tonight. So the first map would only be based on what the state mandated minimum requirements are. So 1,000 foot from school property and licensed childcare property. So the purple sections of the map are the I1 and I2 districts where all natural medicine uses would be allowed. Red areas are areas where healing centers would be allowed, but healing centers alone. The next map is again the same 1,000 foot buffer, but we add in 2 new items: existing marijuana facilities, and then residential zone districts with 1,000 foot buffer. I believe that was part of the presentation that Tamara gave. So again, we lose almost all of the red areas along Broadway and Hampden, except for a portion of City Center, and then purple areas to the west of us now, and then the very far southwest of town. Option 3 is all the same items on a 1,500 foot buffer. So that leaves just a smaller portion on the very far southwest of town and a smaller area to the west of us currently. And then option 4 would remove the medical or marijuana facilities from the list and keep the 1,500 foot buffer. So more area on this part of town just to our west, but about the same area on the southwest. And so with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Brian. Any questions from council? Member Wright.
I just have a quick one, please. For the 1,500 with the medical use, did it give any healing centers?
So healing centers would be allowed in the purple areas. So the purple areas allow all natural medicine uses.
Okay.
The red area only allowed healing centers. And generally, so the M2, MUB1, and MUB2, so M2, think south of the hospital, between the hospital and Hampden, along that area. MUB2, north and south on Broadway, and MUB1, mostly around City Center.
Okay, so I'm looking at the 1,500, kind of that thumb area. And then it looks like around Santa Fe, that little area of purple. Would that be near where the waste management?
I think it is a little bit further. So in this is option 2. Down in the southwest part of town, there's a small triangle cut out between the purple and the yellow. That's the waste management PUD. So this would be just a little bit to the east of that, what would remain.
Anything else, Member Wright, or
No, I'm trying to picture the area.
that little purple sliver?
Right.
So Santa Fe is on the map.
Yeah, I see Santa Fe.
Isn't that?
I want to say that is the industrial area right to the west, Union and Santa Fe, basically, right?
Right,
Yeah.
and there's industrial buildings. I
Right.
mean, little
There's
cubby
that
holes where
7-Eleven,
people.
Conoco, but everything just surrounding that area
Right.
is what I'm
I
guessing.
think that's where it is.
Yep.
So-
Okay. Anything else, Member Wright, on that, or, all right?
No.
Any other questions for members of council? All right, with no further questions, I will open it up to the public. We don't have anyone signed up to speak in favor or opposing, but I will open it up to anyone in the room if they want to come and speak for one of the two options, so. Oh, Mr. Wright.
Love to speak about this. I'm just curious.
Mr. Wright, hold on, we're gonna,
sorry.
you gotta state your
Get your
name and your
mic.
address, and then.
I'm sorry,
you're able to
I haven't
speak.
been here for a while, so I apologize, guys. Kevin Wright, I'm off of Federal in Bellevue.
Excuse me, Mayor,
Yes.
we need him to
Oh,
swear
yeah,
in.
we
Swear him in.
we gotta swear you in.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council?
I do.
So now go ahead and state your name and address.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Wright. I live on Federal in Bellevue. My concern is having all these drugged up people walking around in my neighborhood and walking around in our city. We've already got enough problems around here. It's crazy enough as it is to have people on mushrooms walking around tripping. What are we doing to our city? I'm really concerned about this. You know, you guys are my trustees and I'm the beneficiary. And you're supposed to be watching out for me and everybody that's in this room. And you're gonna let people walk around in my city, in our community, tripping on drugs and provide them with a safe haven? I'm very concerned. What if they're driving and they run into one of us, any one of us or our families, and we die? And your decisions made it happen. Keep that in your mind, because like I said, you're all my trustee, and I am the beneficiary of your decisions. So, let's put it this way. Your legends as my beneficiary will be either if people are dying because of your decisions and pushing this craziness into my neighborhood and my community. If that's the legend you like, well then have at it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. There's no response for members of council tonight, correct? I think we give a
That's-
response next week as part of the, I just want to make sure.
We're entitled to ask questions, Mayor.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry about that. Member Russell, go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't necessarily going to ask a question of Mr. Wright, but he's right. I mean, what do we do? This is mandated by the state. And if we have a problem, then what do we do?
Yeah, go ahead.
A problem with,
Like, if this creates increase in traffic accidents, pedestrian accidents, people running around the city drugged up, what recourse do we have? I mean, it seems like this is being dictated by the state. I will tell you, when I was in college, it was illegal. They had psychedelic drugs then, period. It was illegal. You didn't use it, and people were whacked out all over the place. So if we have problems, what do we do? Go back to the state? Is the state taking care of all these problems?
City Attorney, do we have to swear you in on this as well? For provide a response, though? Okay. I just want to make sure, so.
Happy to take a note, but this was a statewide ballot question. And in the ballot question, it specifically stated that cities cannot prohibit this use. So our hands are tied. We can't prohibit it regardless of what the effects are. Now, it could potentially support another statewide ballot question to address the issues, but it is the law as adopted by the people. So we are under some restrictions there. We also can certainly enforce our other laws though, that prohibit, for example, operating a vehicle underneath
even as the council,
or creating a public nuisance. So we do have other laws we can enforce to address. I think that was number 5 went on and I got kicked off. So we can enforce our other laws and certainly our police department is well equipped to do that. But we can't just say no, that's specifically not allowed.
At the expense of your citizens.
Mr. Wright, I think now the questions are coming from.
Oh,
the
I'm
council.
sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Member Russell.
I absolutely agree with that. I have some problems with the state dictating everything. I mean, when I read this, that's what I saw. We don't have a choice. So, but I'm also thinking if we open our city to a lot more destruction, what are we going to do?
Right.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Ward, and then Member Wright.
We are allowed to use these distance requirements to really narrow it down to where it can be located. Is there like, we can't do it so there's no purple, but can we do it to where, there's just the smallest of slivers? Or are we gonna get challenged on that?
That's certainly, we can talk about that at the next study session on this, where we'll discuss that specific issue. But in short, yes, we can regulate time, place, and manner, but it has to be allowed somewhere.
Okay.
But we can go into that in detail at our next study session on it.
Thank you.
Member Ward?
My question actually is for Mr. Wright, who's testifying. Did you watch our last meeting?
Yes, I did.
Where we discussed this?
I did.
And did you hear the city attorney give the information similar to what she gave tonight, that
I
we
did.
actually don't have a choice in this?
Well, aren't we a city charter? We're a charter, right? We can make, we need to abide by state law and everything, but the more that we give the state, the more we lose our charter.
I think the term you're looking for is home rule, and yes, we are,
okay, home
but there's a
rule,
limitation to home rule, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to lecture you on that right now because this is the question time. But I just wanted to verify that you came here and talked to us and asked us to do something that we've already confirmed is not actually legal for us to do.
Well, Steve, actually, I wasn't going to speak tonight at all. But when I started hearing what's going to happen in my community and the danger that you all are putting us in, man, I couldn't sit back there and be quiet. There's no way in hell I could sit back there and be quiet. You all are going to put us in and kill us. Your decisions are going to kill us. And I don't give a shit what Polis is saying over here. He don't give a shit about you and me anyhow. And now you guys gonna put these people in my city and our city and danger us. I'm very concerned, Steve. I wasn't gonna say nothing tonight. I came here to watch to make sure my wife was safe. Because of all the craziness that's going on in your guys' lives. Your guys' life in the city council, which includes me. I wasn't gonna say nothing. But when I hear what's going on here, this is insane, man. When are we gonna, that's like me popping some acid and driving in my damn car. That's crazy. And I don't care what the state's gotta say. You guys are my trustees. Watch out for me, man. And watch out for my city. Watch out for the people that live here. My constituents that live amongst me. The people I love. The reason I'm here in Englewood. You guys are gonna put us in danger, and it scares me, Steve.
Thank you. You've answered my question. Member Wright, go ahead.
I think at this point, what was it, 2 years ago, the voters chose to allow natural medicines to come into Colorado. At this point, Englewood could choose, as the city attorney said, to pass regulations on these natural medicines and to make those, 1,000-foot, 1,500 feet rules and barriers to make it as safe, I believe, as we can for our citizens. And I think that's what we have to look at. And as a council, those are the decisions we're going to have to make. So I think it's difficult for all of us up here. So tough discussion coming up. So.
All right. Thank you, Member Wright. Any further questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Wright.
Please keep us safe, guys. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. So no further questions from the public. Anything further for members of staff? All right, perfect. And with that, everyone, I will now ask to close the public hearing. Can I make a motion to close the public hearing? Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
Thank you so much. All right, do we need a break or ready to keep? All right, 5 minutes? Can we do 5 minutes? All right, can we come back at 9:10? 9:12. I got 9:12. All right, thank you, everyone. All right, council, if you could be seated. All right, everyone. We are now moving to 11A1. We have Deputy Director of Engineering, Mr. Tim House, here to talk about the Dry Gulch Intergovernmental Agreement, the Second Amendment. Good evening, Tim.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I've got a brief presentation on this item, then I'll answer any questions you have about this. See if we can get going. So this is the Second Amendment to the Intergovernmental Agreement we have with the Mile High Flood District for design and construction of flood control improvements for the Dry Gulch in the northwest part of the city there between Yale and University. It runs kind of crosswise through the northwest or northeast part of the city. So what the purpose of this amendment is to provide additional matching funds for the design of improvements along Dry Gulch. We've done, it's our second amendment now. We did the original agreement. We did an agreement last year, and this is our third one. So kind of the way the flood district works, we add funding each year to the agreement, and the flood district matches our funding dollar for dollar. So it's a 50-50 match, which is a pretty good deal. But as far as the construction would be, the funding of one of those options there, we're trying to upsize the Dry Gulch there to prevent flooding of private property in the heavy storm events. So here's the location that I talked about there. It kind of runs diagonally through the northeast area of the city there. And the lower end is in the city and county of Denver there, north of Yale, where it dumps into Harvard Gulch there to the north. And here's the summary so far of the amounts that have been added to this agreement over the last 3 years. The first year we did $275 each, and the last 2 years we've done $375. So there's a total of just over $2 million combined available for this work now. And the status of the work is now that we've got this amount in there, there's enough to get started with the design. So the flood district will work with us to select a consultant to figure out the best use of these funds. This obviously isn't going to fund all of those improvements, but it'll fund a good chunk of those. So the plan is to prioritize and find the ones that'll give us the best improvements for the dollars we have, and get started on that and get a design done, and then hopefully go to construction. So we do have next year we've got budgeted for another $375 to go into this one to add just a little bit more into the agreement there to fund a little more. That we hope by this time next year to kind of have a design and know kind of the construction cost and make sure we have enough to build what we need to build with the funding. And with that, we do recommend that council approves this second amendment to the agreement, and I'll answer any questions you have about this.
Thank you so much, Tim. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So we're just adding to the price. We don't even know what we're going to be able to do yet, correct?
That's correct. The way that flood district works, we've got to get enough combined dollars in there to get a consultant contract agreed to, and then we'll, based on the design and construction costs, try to balance that out to make sure whatever we design, we can actually build. We don't want to spend all the money on design that we can't ever build. We want to make sure the initial steps will be to kind of look at alternatives and what can be funded with the amount of funding we have available, and we'll make sure whatever we choose is we can design and build it so we can actually get something done.
So my question is, and kind of when I read this one, I felt like we're getting ready to do something. If we upsize all of our drains, and it gets into Denver, it's their problem when the water gets to Denver. If they don't upsize Harvard Gulch.
And that's correct. That's kind of the way it is now. Anything that doesn't get in the pipe is going to go over-land, and it's going to go through the lowest path of least resistance, basically. So the way the master plan for this works is if Denver does need to upsize theirs to the 100-year pipe to get it all underground. We certainly wouldn't want to upsize our pipe to a 100-year pipe without them doing that, but the way this is enough funding to do some incremental improvements in certain stretches that we can definitely get the water to come through Englewood a lot better than it does now and make sure it's not affecting private property. So that's really what we're trying to do, and really the downstream shouldn't be affected too much. It'll be just short little pieces that we end up improving to get the water to stay in the right of way a little better.
Okay, I mean, I know this has been an issue for a long time, so when do we're still going to be in the design phase, even after we accept this money?
Correct, yeah. So once we get this in, the plan is to actually select the consultant here by the end of the year and get somebody on. The flood district does their selection process with the city's input. We'll get a consultant on board and get started with the alternatives analysis. And we want to try to identify a project as soon as we can so we can get started on that design and get something actually built here within the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
So Tim, just real quick, so some of the options we're looking at is detention within BARD and detention or increased detention within Romans within the city itself.
Correct,
As well
yeah.
as additional piping or increase.
A combination of both, yeah. The detention is usually the cheaper option. We'll probably look at that
Right.
first and see. I think that those options there were, I think we've got the Wilshire Golf Course, I think was one, and
Yeah.
then Romans Park are two, probably the two biggest open areas we even have a chance to do detention. Everything else pretty well developed. So we'll certainly look at those and see if that makes sense to fund that first and be able to, similar to the South Englewood project, the detention was a lot cheaper to detain the water than try to upsize all the piping.
Okay,
and
so
everything.
BARD is not one of the options, really.
No,
It's
BARD
just-
is not.
It
no,
is that
it's-
open channel, though. Okay.
no.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Go ahead, Tina.
Hi, thank you. So how long is a master plan document typically relevant? I saw that there was kind of some question mark or hopes that the master plan done, what was it, 8 years ago, is
Yes.
still relevant enough that we don't have to redo anything. Who makes that determination, and does it take into consideration like climate-related issues or driven changes and or development changes?
So a lot of it is the rainfall history and the hydrology of how much rain is going to fall in a certain event. And 8 years is still relevant enough that we don't feel like the results would change very much if we redid the hydrology. The amount of water we're going to have to deal with is still going to be right in that same range. The study is still based on current standards and practices and the rainfall data was actually from 2014 is the last time it was updated. So we really are. We'd probably use the same data and come up with pretty much the same result with that hydrology. So it really is, based on the information we still have, that's still relevant results in the flow rates that we're using.
Okay. And then in the second topic that we'll talk about, related to another IGA and another drainage way master plan, will there be any overlap or impacts from the new drainage way plan to what potentially happens here and what projects are chosen?
So the new drainage way plan will consider Dry Gulch as part of a priority, but now that we've got the funding in there already, we can focus on possibly a different basin. There's 3 or 4 different options in the master plan we're looking at right now, but the Dry Gulch is certainly one, and that's why we're moving forward, because this master plan's already been done, and we know work needs to be done there, so this is moving ahead. But the other one it'll identify a secondary basin that we can also fund for improvements with the flood district.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
Move to approve 11A1.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
All right, Tim, you're up next for proposed rate increase for the Stormwater Utility Fund.
Okay, so this item I don't have a separate presentation on. This was already included in the 2025 budget proposal for stormwater as an additional revenue item. So the reason this is coming forward is per the city code, any kind of increase in the stormwater fund fees has to be approved by ordinance by council. So that's why this is being brought forward tonight, is to formally approve the proposed 5% increase that was included in the 2025 budget proposal. So I can answer any questions on this one that you have.
Thank you so much, Tim. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is, especially when we look, well, maybe it's in here too. Yeah, it is in here. This was done in 2019 as a 5-year plan. So the 5-year plan ended in 2024. My biggest concern, well, that's just questions. So this is totally a cost of or inflationary raise. It's not like any of these other.
Correct. So the 5-year plan funded that initial 30 million tranche of funding we needed for the pond and the South Englewood improvements that we did upstream there. So that was what the 5-year plan was. So this would be just an inflationary there, just to keep up with the cost of construction and goods and services, to make sure we can continue down the path that we've started, to make sure we can continue to implement everything in the master plan and keep up with the prices of things.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. I am So the 5%, where I thought I was reading somewhere where it only needed to be 3% to meet inflation. How did they come up with the 5%?
So the 5%, it's kind of a combination of inflation and the cost of construction. The construction costs have slowed down a little bit, but inflation's still up there, so it's kind of a combination of both. We don't have an exact factor that we kind of looked at the cost of construction and inflation, and 5% was kind of an average of where that's at right now. So that's where the number came from.
Okay, and then the commercial, how do they come up with that? Because it's a penny.
Yeah, that's the commercial rate is based on the square footage of impervious area for the lot, because typically commercial areas are a little bit bigger and more impervious area, so it's calculated a little bit differently than the residential, but that's the same percentage-wise that penny is. Basically, that's the 5% of what it was before.
So does it start after a certain percentage of square footage, or after, if it's gonna be more than that $21.66 amount, and then it goes up, or how is it based on what?
Yeah, so it's that price per square foot. You multiply out your impervious area, how much paved area, and how much building is on the lot, and then if that comes up to less than the $21.66, then they're just charged the $21.66. But if it comes up to more than that, then they're charged the actual calculated amount.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We'll go Member Prang and then Member Russell.
Okay, I have an additional question about the impervious surface area. Are we charging enough for that? And I ask that because I'm thinking, as we have new development in the city, and we have commercial spaces and or like multifamily units that we're building throughout the city, it seems like that's placing more of a burden, if you will, on us addressing being able to disperse stormwater. And so we're charging everyone an increase in fees. And I just want to understand like the logic of charging everyone and not charging more for the commercial or multi-use spaces versus a residential home where they maybe have turf and lawn or other things that can absorb water as we receive it.
So yeah, the one thing that is somewhat unique to our system is we do charge every residential property the same. It doesn't take into account the actual impervious area, which is something we've considered doing, is looking at doing a study of all the impervious areas and charging everybody based on your square footage of impervious area, which is a little more, like I say, a little more even to do it that way rather than just a flat fee for residential. That is something we've considered and are looking to do here probably in the next year or so to make that a little more consistent. Like you say, this lump sum is getting a little, like I say, with the multifamily stuff, they basically cover the entire lot, and they're still not, probably would, not average out if you looked at that in the, square footage calculation. So we are looking to probably balance that out to be a price per square foot, whether it's commercial or residential, and just have based on your impervious area, the more impervious you have, the more you pay, because you're contributing more to the stormwater system when you don't let it soak into the ground. So that's something we're considering, because that is a somewhat unique way we still charge here, is the flat fee for residential. So that'd be probably the next update would be something along those lines of a price per square foot for residential as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So my question is, if City Council does not approve this stormwater utility rate increase, does that mean we will not be able to fund the project we just voted to approve and the next one after this one?
So the project we just approved is included in the budget and is fully funded within the stormwater fund. We have the funding to do that. This increase would be for future years. As I talked about, we have the future contributions for the IGAs, which we still have programmed in the budget we can cover, but it's more those long-term projects and things we want to start doing that are, outside the big pond and stuff, the yearly maintenance and things like that. As we inspect the system and find the bad pipes and the areas we need to fix, we want to make sure we have enough funding to address those things and make sure we have a steady flow each year to make sure those can get fixed and we don't have to delay any of that stuff that we start finding. We found a few of those already, but this is really to make sure once we do discover issues, we can afford to fix them in a timely manner.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A2?
Move to approve 11A2.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Newton Camp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
This is very troublesome to me because when I looked at this, I mean, I have been getting so many calls. Director Van Rye came to my last town hall meeting and talked to the people really for over an hour. And then one of the board members at the Water and Sewer Board meeting brought up their bills since 2018 and wanted to know what the algorithm was that we're charging because her utility bills have raised 50% since 2018. And all of a sudden it clicked here. It is not the new water meters. It is not any of that. The stormwater has increased 5%, 7%. We went from $1.39, $4.39 in 2019, all the way to 2063. That is a 500% increase. We live on a fixed income. My last water bill was $300. We have a huge yard. The truth is probably in 2019, my summer, when we were on quarterly, my summer water bill would be $600. What I'm looking at right now is $900. And people living on a fixed income that are even worse off than we are, people living on Social Security are struggling. It has got to stop. The people can't afford to buy groceries because they're paying the water and sewer bill. And I just, in good conscience, cannot do this. We want more money because we're spending other people's money to fund all these things. We've needed them. I'm not complaining about that. But I am saying that we have got to give the people a break. And I think this one, I am not going to support this because I believe that, do you know what Social Security are getting for inflation this year? 2.5%. And probably the medical bills are going to go up more than that, so you really get nothing. So I'm just saying, I think that the city needs to, especially the water and sewer, we have needed these things, we have been so far behind, and I'm greatly appreciative of all of this. But I'm telling you, the people in this city are hurting. And so I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. This is not directed towards you. I understand that you have a job to do presenting this. I have a difficult time when I'm reading this. I'm like, okay, good, a break. 5 years, we were bringing this up. This city needed to get things in order because of the sins of the past. And there has been great things that have done. I've seen it. I drive around and I'm seeing the improvements. I agree with Member Russell that there has been huge increases that we needed to be brought up to a market amount, I guess, to bring the city back. Our infrastructure was hurting. I do agree, however, that the amount that we're being paid now, I think the citizens of the city need a break. It may be just a year of a break. I'm still getting calls on the bill, and I know that's not the fault of Public Works or the people doing the work. Someone got a bill and they're like, hey, everything looks better, but they didn't charge me for water. So people are reeling on the bill still, and I think they need a breather from all these increases and stuff, even if it's just for a year. We need to let the economy just take a breather and see. I look on here where it says annual inflation assumption 3.5%, but then we're doing an increase of 5%. So I can't support this at this time, and I think we need to revisit in a year maybe. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Wright. Mayor Potem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really sensitive to the, the concerns about people being able to afford these increases. I mean, I don't make a lot of money. This is a hit for us too. It's a challenge. It's a challenge for a lot of people. I don't hear, though, a good principle. This is an inflationary increase, as far as I can tell, and it's something that we've long discussed: is how do we fund our utilities over many, many years? And this is one of those hard decisions where I know I'm gonna have to pay the price. It's gonna show up on my bill too, just like it is everybody else's. And it is an increase. It's gonna affect people. But I don't want to end up back where our city was 5 years ago, where we had $1.18 or whatever we were paying for stormwater, and we'd been doing that for years, and now it's neglected. We've been able to make incredible improvements in the safety of our city stormwater system, and I don't want to stop doing that. For my family's sake, this is a bill that I think I want to pay because I live right down by a storm drain too. I know if we stop funding this stuff, then inflation is going to keep going and cuts are going to happen. And what are they going to do? Probably going to stop cleaning out storm drains as often, right? So that's one of the easy things to cut staff-wise and time-wise. And if that storm drain in front of my house gets plugged, I'm in trouble. So it's hard. And I think with a lot of the other tax increases that have been going on, that makes everything feel a little harder. But I think this one's important, and so I'm supporting it tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I too will be in support of this. I understand that as well. This probably was the biggest decision I had to make when I stepped onto council back in 2019, was funding these larger improvements. But there's a lot more flooding concerns that we have across the city, just more than just the Southwest Englewood Basin. So I know that there's plenty of concerns. In District 1, we talked about Dry Gulch earlier, which is District 2. There's more of this that we need to do, so I will be in support of this because there are future improvements we need to make. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays.
Tim, next one up is South Englewood Basin Intergovernmental Agreement, the third amendment.
Right, so yeah, this is the third amendment to this agreement. This started, I guess, 4 years ago now. So this is an agreement we started with the flood district for improvements to the South Englewood flood basin there. That at the time there, that was the priority, and we wanted to make sure we had funding available to do anything else. We've obviously done some improvements down there already. So once our major drainageway plan with the flood district is done, that will inform us kind of where the priorities are, if there's still anything in South Englewood we need to get done, or if there's other areas in the city that are a higher priority. This funding can be used anywhere in the city. It doesn't have to be used in South Englewood, which is good. We won't lose it if we don't use it in South Englewood, but we certainly will prioritize that based on the needs we have. So that's kind of the purpose of this, but kind of went over each of these bullet points here as far as the South Englewood Basin is expected to be the highest priority in the master plan. The master plan is just wrapping up now. We hope to have the results of that by the end of the year, and we will come to council with a study session to kind of go over those results and kind of show you what the priorities came out of that study that they did for us. And we'll know a little better what this funding can be used for at that time. So this is talks about the South Englewood flood basin area, kind of where it is. I think we're all pretty familiar with that by now. That's this kind of the southeast area of the city. And then here's the funding summary for this one. We do have a pretty good chunk of money in this now, so we can do a pretty good sized project now, which is good to have a good chunk there to get something pretty substantial designed and built. So it's exciting to see that funding build up. And we should have, this is similar to the Dry Gulch. We're hoping to have a consultant on board for this one here by the end of the year and get something started. Obviously on this one, we need to identify the project first and then get a consultant to start the design, and then hopefully get the construction going here in the next couple of years. And with that, we'd recommend that the additional funding be added to this IGA as well, so we can fund this project. And it is, the benefit of this is obviously it's a 50-50 match with the flood district. And the other bonus of this, I think I mentioned each time, is the flood district actually manages these projects for us. So it's really nice that we get to have all the input and then kind of the say in what we want to do, but they manage it and do all the bidding and design, even the construction management they do. So it's really a nice benefit they provide to cities to be able to, they pay for half of it and they manage it for us. So it's really a good deal. That's why we try to fund these or recommend that these get funded as much as we can, because this is 50-50 money and they do all the work. So it's really a good benefit for the city. So I'll answer any questions on this one.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions? Go ahead, Member Ward.
Is this request because of timing or is it because of scope creep on the project?
It's more of a timing thing. It's, once again, it's kind of that each year we try to build up some funding in there. So we kind of, the district programmed out this funding. They had this much available to the city. So we tried to match as much of their money as we could, because it is a 50-50 match. So we get a kind of a buy one, get one deal. So that's why we tried to, they had this much funding over this many years. And so we programmed that into the stormwater budget to try to match every dollar they could give us, just so we could maximize the city's money.
Okay, great, thank you.
Member Prang and then Member Russell.
Thank you. So just to be clear, it's Mile High Flood District who does the study and the plan. They're doing the work on behalf of the city, and then the city will ultimately kind of have decision-making on whatever projects are proposed moving forward.
That's correct. Yeah, that they will, the city's got to bless any kind of project. They won't tell us what project they're going to do. We've got to agree on it and make sure we're all on the same page. And it typically it is based on the engineering study and stuff. It'll come out with the result and it'll all, fall into place so we all agree this is the best use of this fund. So it is that's not they won't dictate to us or anything. It's very much a collaborative discussion to figure out what we need to do and where. And the reason we need the master plan is that's how the district justifies their funding. They don't, if a city comes to them and say, we want to do this, but we don't really have a reason why this is more important than this, the master plan kind of focuses to make sure the district's money is spent on the highest priority as well in the city. So they're fixing the highest priority problems as well with their funding. So that's why the master plan has to come first, and then we'll prioritize whatever project comes out of that.
Okay. And then, so the master plan, will that restudy hydrology and how water flows through the South Englewood Basin and take into consideration the new detention areas that we've already done some work on?
So that's what it has done to date, is they've redone all of the hydrology and it's going to change some of those flows. And then the next step is going to be getting into some of those alternatives analysis and getting into the details of, where our pipes are and how big our inlets are and how big our ponds are to here's how much capacity we have already. How much more do we have to get into the system to protect private property during a heavy storm event?
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So my question is on the budget summary page. It says that the budget for the South Englewood Basin is $21.675 million. We've already spent $8.1 million to date. We have $15.9 million encumbered. And this contract amount is $500,000, which we're going into the red, negative $2.9 million. Also, the $375,000 is also into the red. So where is that money coming from? That rate increase we just approved?
No, actually, the reason that shows that way, it's a timing issue. We have all the funding for South Englewood dedicated this year, and that project won't finish this year. It'll go into next year, so it'll carry over into next year's budget is what happened there. It's all, the PO and everything is tied up this year. The intent was to start the South Englewood project late last year, and they really didn't get a lot of money spent, so it all got encumbered this year. So it does show more than we have, but the actual amount spent will be less than what is budgeted this year. They will not spend all the South Englewood money. It'll go into early next year. So we budgeted money into next year for South Englewood, so we do have enough in the fund balance to fund both of these IGAs.
So is any of the stormwater projects being paid with WIFIA money, or is that something else?
No, it's all the state revolving fund loan we got, as well as the bond that we issued. So yeah, there's no WIFIA on this funding. It's the state revolving fund loan is the South Englewood project. All that money is all the loan money that we're getting reimbursed for.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Member Wright.
Thank you. Could you tell me what a flood control facility does?
What was that again? What control?
It's it's saying it's a flood control facility. This is what part of this money is gonna go to, correct?
Yeah, a flood control facility is basically a pond or a pipe or some kind of way to control stormwater flow and convey it safely through the city. So any kind of flood control facility that controls flooding, uncontrolled flooding basically that goes all over the place into private property. It controls the flow and puts the flow where we want it to go so it doesn't impact private property.
Oh, perfect, okay. And then, do we have ARPA money left that could be used for this?
I don't believe any ARPA funding was allocated towards this. We did get a little ARPA funding in the old Hamden utility project, though we've got some of that combined with water, wastewater, and stormwater. There's ARPA funding in that project, but these projects don't have any ARPA funding allocated, and I don't believe there's any additional that could be allocated at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A3?
Move to approve 11A3.
Thank you, Member Prank. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Nudenkamp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I will be supporting this because I do think it's important. The thing that you told me and the reason I didn't support the last one, that was for future monies. That's not for, this has already been funded. I have approved every one of these because I think it is necessary, but I also think that we need to start coming up with some other ways too. But thank you, I am going to support this.
Thank you, Member Russell. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nudenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Tim, thank you so much for all the, all the items. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Coming up, up next is 11A4. This is amending Englewood Municipal Code to refine customer side interior inspections under the lead reduction program. We have our Deputy Director of Business Solutions, Sarah Stone. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's pull this up. There we go. Okay, so tonight we are revisiting the code changes that we adopted back in August of 2023 related to interior inspections of service lines. So going into a customer's house and inspecting the service line, we had code changes related to the lead reduction program. Based on the feedback that we got at the time that those changes were adopted, we promised to come back and revise that language. So that's what we're here to talk about tonight. So just as a reminder, the utility-owned service line is from the water meter to the curb stop. The customer-owned water line is from the curb stop to the house. So we're talking about the section of pipe that comes directly into either a basement or a crawl space, where a utility staff member or one of our contractors would go in and verify what that service line material is, and we've refined what that looks like. So we have reverted back to the inspection and access to property to the original language that was in code in 2023, just related to meters and meter reading. So there isn't the requirement that we would do an interior inspection for a service line unless there is some type of issue with doing an exterior inspection on the property. So if there was some kind of safety issue or there was zero access to do a pothole, then we might require an interior inspection of the service line. So we refined that language in city code. So now interior inspections will again only happen if you cannot perform an exterior inspection, and then it maintains the access for meter reading and meter repair for inside set meters. The Water and Sewer Board recommended City Council approve these code changes in their October 8th meeting. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stone. Any questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A4?
I move to approve 11A4.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Ward. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just want to thank you for coming back and changing this. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you very much.
Member Ward.
because the mayor always looks to the left before he calls anybody. Member Russell stole my thunder, but I too am grateful for this. I'd like to thank you for coming back and for the follow-through on this particular project.
Thank you very much, Member Ward, for your pointed comments. With that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang. Aye. Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
Perfect. Up next is amending the Englewood Municipal Code to allow water and sewer service lines to cross adjacent properties. We have Director Van Ryn.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're going to alternate tonight to add a little bit of variety in our presentations. So I'm going to take this one. So what we have tonight is a code amendment that's specific to the utilities portion of the code that's a result of some of the code changes that came through Code Next to fix an issue that arose in the utility aspect that wasn't foreseen during the Code Next process. So right now the city code prohibits water and sewer service lines from crossing adjacent properties, we have situations now where corner lots can subdivide, and in order for the water line to get access to the water line, the one house's water line to get access to the water line in the street, it may have to cross the one half of the lot, and the same thing with the sewer because the sewer is in the alley. And so we ended up with 5 situations of property owners who wanted to subdivide their corner into 2 parcels where this became an issue. So the best way to show this is with a map. So essentially, what you see here is a corner lot that is looking to divide into 2 lots. And so as a result, the one lot that has water service needs to cross the other lot, and then the sewer service from the new subdivided has to cross to get back to the alley for the sewer. And so what we've done to ensure that this works is when a property owner utilizes this part of the code that is now allowed, is we would require them to put in a variance, or I mean, not a variance, an easement to accommodate the one line crossing the one half of the property and the other line crossing the other half of the property. And so this is something that we typically do with whenever water lines cross properties, is we get a variance, or not a variance, an easement. We get an easement for that crossing, but most of the time those easements end up residing with us because it's usually for larger aspects of the system. In this situation, what we want to make sure is the one property is not restricted access to the water service, and the other property is not restricted to the new subdivided property is not restricted to their service to the sewer line, but those easements will be held with each other. So it's not something the city holds. We don't want to be holding all those easements. We just want to make sure there's access. I think the best analogy I used when we presented this to the Water and Sewer Board is a common driveway. So there's a lot of properties that have a common access parcel because access way for a driveway to get to a parcel that might be behind another parcel that carries with the land. So there's that parcel has access to the road. This is similar, it's just with the water and the sewer line based on where the water and the sewer line are relative to where their home is. And so if you think about a common access drive, this is similar to what we're trying to put in place as a couple minor changes to the code to allow these types of subdivisions to occur. So we brought this to Water and Sewer Board on October 8th, and they recommended approval. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Director. Any questions? Member Russell.
So the picture that you showed is pretty straightforward. And it worked for probably 5 of the 6 properties that we approved earlier, right? One of them was different than this configuration, and the fact that he had a courtyard and was actually building 4 or 5 properties.
Yeah, I still think that was the 5th one, wasn't it? Or was that a 6th? I think we only had 5 that had variances. Is that right?
Okay, so it would have been the fifth one instead of
Yeah,
the
so
sixth
the
one.
fifth one did have that uniqueness of that courtyard, which was more of a common area easement that would have been held with all the properties.
Right. So, what would happen? I mean, we've already allowed ADUs and different things. So what if people have built an ADU and it's tied in to their current sewer and water system? And is it going to create a problem if they then want to subdivide the property and now there are things in common? I'm just saying, is it possible there are situations that may not be as simple as this, that have maybe more than one structure or a couple structures on the property and it would change the configuration? I guess the reason I'm asking this question is if we go ahead and prove this, then what are we going to do with those properties?
So in those situations, if they're subdividing into two separate properties, they would have to set up two separate services. So if they're sharing a common sewer or a common water, they would have to install independent water and sewer because each property needs to maintain independent water and sewer service. So they would have an additional expense. So let's say they did it as an ADU and then they decide they want to subdivide it. They would have an additional infrastructure expense to separate those if they are combined right now. And that would just be a function of the project.
Okay, so, but are there any situations that could be impacted by this that aren't just simple?
So I would never universally say that there's not a situation that we're not seeing. What we're trying to accommodate, what we're trying to put forth in the change of the code is what we believe is the simplest solution that captures all of the possible scenarios in a way that we can work with the way they're subdividing and then the way they're designing the water and sewer. There is a solution here that works based on how we're configuring this with that common or with that easement that each subdivided property gives to each other. Now, I'm not going to flat out say that there's not some situation that is out there that's unique that we didn't consider.
Or maybe there's situations where, I mean, in most neighborhoods that have an alley, the sewer runs down the alley and the water runs down the street. But is it possible there may be situations where both? Well, the block I live on, we don't have an alley, so everything runs in the street in front. So I'm just trying to think outside of the box. We created these unintended consequences by changing the law without seeing all of this. Or by changing this law again now, are we, in just leaving people to have a public hearing, then you would know, do all of these situations. But I'm just asking, is it possible there's going to be other unintended consequences?
We're not anticipating them, but I'm not going to universally say that there's not something that we don't foresee because there's all kinds of unique situations out there that this is the first time I've ever seen them. I've never seen a sewer main run under a house until I got here, and that's something we brought. It's something we brought to you a few months back, and so there's situations like that we are unraveling, and what we're trying to put together with this set of changes is the refinement that aligns the water and sewer infrastructure with the code changes that allow that subdivision of that corner lot. And I think this does that simplistically. You got to also keep in mind that every one of these has to go through an engineering review, and so we're going to look at this and we're going to ensure that whatever occurs, one property has water and sewer access, the other property has water and sewer access, and permanently carrying with the property is that ability for the one property to get maybe on the other property.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
I think it's Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Wright.
No, she had hers
No?
up first.
Okay,
Yep.
go ahead, Member Wright.
Thank you. Will this be following international public plumbing codes?
So this is outside the house. So IPC is generally inside the house, is where IPC typically has jurisdiction. This is more of utility regulations as it relates to service lines. And so there's an interface point where it goes from the utilities regulation to the IPC code, which is inside the building. And so that's So we make sure that what we have is in alignment with those codes, but it's somewhat independent because it's outside the house.
Okay, so outside the house, would that code, and layman here, that code be with stacking other utilities or spacing other utilities? I was reading the 15 feet distance, they're burying other utility lines. Electricity is a big one now. It's not going overhead, it's going under. Cable's another big one. So how is the city thinking about that when I know that you're water and sewer, but we have to be mindful of those other things also. And have we talked with Excel when we're thinking about these, because they're gonna come knocking on our door and asking for variances for those type of things also. So I think if we're gonna be thinking of one utility, we should be thinking about all utilities.
And that's why as a typical easement width, we would put 15 feet. Because generally with a 15-foot easement, you can somewhat split them in a way that you can get enough separation for the water and the sewer so that they aren't commingling there's horizontal distances and there's vertical distances that they have to be separated from each other. We put the water above the sewer so if the sewer leaks, it doesn't leak into the water. And so we follow all the national regulations for separation. Within that is the fiber, electrical, things like that. And those are things that, is a function of building that sometimes needs to be accommodated. We have this every time we work in a street, is there's all kinds of stuff in the street. And we've got to figure out a way to sneak the utility through so that we're not, cutting a fiber line or hitting an electrical line a lot of times we will survey our sewer lines and there'll be a line that's punched right through the sewer because we didn't see, no one reported the directional bore that went through the sewer utility. And so I think it's just a function of when you're doing this kind of work, and that's incumbent upon the subdivider of the lots to ensure that all of that can fit, and that's why the 15-foot easement is the typical that we pick.
Okay, so there were how many of these in September? 5?
5.
How many throughout the rest of the year?
Those were the first 5. So they were the first 5 that responded to the revisions that came through with the code revisions earlier this year. They were the first 5 that ran into this problem as part of the design review process because they didn't have a way to access the water or the sewer because this last piece was missing. So we anticipate that there'll be more if we don't make these changes. And at that point in time, it's a variance that's handled through the Water and Sewer Board. And it would just mean every time someone wants to do this, we would be doing a variance to that code in order to align with the rest of the code.
Okay, I'll use my neighborhood as an example. And I do know that there's 2 courtyards or 2 corner lots that could be possibly subdivided into 4. I know the guy's thinking about doing it. My next door neighbor's sewer line runs through my backyard, under my garage, and keeps going through. Everything's through backyards, and we don't have alleys where I live. So technically, if I couldn't have a garage with his sewer line going through my backyard. Why can't we keep it as is and look at these case by case? Because Englewood their lines are quirky, and we're gonna come upon things where people are gonna be going, and it says, in here, this easement must be recorded and maintained, and no permanent structures shall be constructed within the easement area to ensure unobstructed access. So if someone wanted to lay down a cement pad and put a tough shed in that area, or build their own ADU or something else, because their neighbor's line is going through their yard, they're not gonna be able to. because they have a sewer or water line in those 15 feet areas. I don't think we need to be mindful of that, because maybe 10 years down the line, someone else buys that property and unknowingly where they have plans. So I think we need to think of the long-term consequences of what could happen, and we need to look at these,
So I think
individually.
So I think what we're trying to get away from is what was done in the past, which didn't have really strong regulations tied to it, which is why you have a sewer line that runs under your garage, which is not an ideal situation, because if your sewer line clogs, or your neighbor's sewer line clogs, they got to get under your garage in order to fix it, or they need to reroute it. And so what we're trying to, this is at the time that a property owner has a single property and is subdividing it into two properties. It puts an encumbrance on that property that lasts for the end of time, so it's predictable for anybody who buys that property. It's known that there's an easement here, and that easement is so that this property can have access. And by the way, there's also a corresponding easement, so that property can have access across the other one. And so what we're trying to do is we're actually trying to make it more predictable and more readily, more appropriate long-term, so that someone isn't surprised by a sewer line running under their garage.
And then let me ask you this, because I've witnessed this myself. I've heard the stories, what my husband does, where neighbors don't like each other. They have their lines going through the yard, so, the properties have been split. The yard needs to be dug up because the sewer line's broken, but the neighbors don't like each other. Has the city thought about that, where, Kevin's told me the whole horror story where the city of Littleton had to stay on property for 3 days while another company dug up a yard and had to replace that sewer system, the piping, because the neighbors didn't like each other. And then it was just a sad story. Her daughter's memorial was right there and stuff like that, rose bushes and stuff. And it was emotional for her, but this city, only way to get it done is city staff had to stand there and make sure the rose bushes weren't done. So, it's just another concern I have where, like you're saying, rerouting around the property maybe or something. It's just, I've heard the stories, and that's all this thinking going through my head.
So I think what this does is it creates predictability such that, even when people don't like each other, there's a predictable legal document that affords them that right. Just like people who have common driveways going into adjacent neighbor properties may not like each other, but they have a common use access so they can get onto that property. Instead of just a physical access with a vehicle, this is access for water and sewer services. And so we're trying to make it more predictable long-term instead of what we're dealing with today, which is it was just put together, there was no easement, and we're trying to unravel that.
Okay, all right, I gotcha. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. My question was about the width of the easements, and it doesn't look like in the code that the 15 is written in there. That's something you said will be standard, but you're leaving that open for weird circumstances or whatever.
That's exactly right. So we use the term typical because that would be a typical application, realizing that each one of these goes through an independent review process, and there might be some unique circumstance because of the layout of the lot, where the building is. We want 15 foot as a typical because that usually gives us enough room for someone to dig down to an 8 foot or 9 foot deep sewer. If it's a water line, those are only 4 feet deep, so there's a possibility that could be shallower. So we say typical, but uniqueness of the specific circumstance, we didn't want to be that prescriptive.
That's good. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A5?
I move to approve 11A5.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Newton-Camp. Any further comments? Member Russell?
I saw that you looked down to Councilmember
Ward
first.
I'm trying to make everyone happy tonight.
So, actually, I did not support this in the Water and Sewer Board, and I will not here either, because my concern is more so the Xcel Energy and other utilities And what will happen if we go ahead and approve this and then they get denied by Xcel Energy? Are we setting ourselves up for liability? But anyway, I'm not gonna be supporting this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for putting this together, Director Van Rye and staff. I'm supportive of this, and to me, this is, in many ways, this is just the property rights issue. The city, as you said, the city has easements all over the place. City has easements going down. Excuse me. The back of lot lines and those kind of things. It just makes sense to me that private citizens should be able to enter into agreements to have easements on their properties as well for utilities or driveways or whatever. So, thank you for putting it together.
All right. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nudenkamp,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you very much. We're switching back to Deputy Director Sarah Stone, talking about the amending the Englewood Municipal Code to refine the ownership of the water service line.
All right, so this is our last code change for the evening. So this is to refine the utility side and customer side ownership when a curb stop isn't needed. So that means that there's some kind of shut-off valve in the meter pit in an outside set meter. So I bring this graphic up again to show where the utility line, or the utility-owned line is and the customer-owned line. So what these code changes would do, on the left side, you can see there's the meter that is just downstream of the curb stop. So in that meter pit, if there is a shutoff valve, then that ownership would be redefined so that the utility side would own from the main to the downstream side of the meter, and then from the downstream side of the meter to inside the house would be the customer or the property owner service line. So the updated language in code, there's updated definitions. Curb stops weren't actually defined in code previously, so we added a definition for that. And then updating the customer side service line and utility side service line definitions to indicate that if a curb stop isn't needed, meaning that there is a shutoff valve inside the meter, then that ownership would be redefined. So curb stops are still required for commercial, industrial, and multifamily properties. Those service lines are owned by the property owner from the main to the interior of that facility. Typically, the meters are inside those facilities, so a curb stop is still necessary to control water into them. And then finally, residential curb stops would not be needed if a meter pit includes a shutoff valve. So we are not, with this code change, we're not taking ownership of curb stops. Those are owned by the customers. A lot of times customers don't know that they're there. They don't know that they need to maintain them. But if we inventory the water meter pits and find a shutoff valve, then the curb stop could be abandoned. So again, the Water and Sewer Board recommended approval on their October 8th meeting. With that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
This isn't, well, it's really a question because we talked about this in Water and Sewer Board too. This will be a progressive ordinance because there are houses currently that have meters in the house, and this won't impact them until their meters moved outside of the house.
That's correct. So with the lead reduction program, we're doing that now. So when a customer gets their lead line replaced and they have an inside set meter, we are installing a meter pit and moving that meter outside. So that's kind of how this came up, because at that time when the lead line is being replaced, we are not replacing those curb stops. So currently those customers are signing a release saying, we understand that we no longer have a curb stop, and therefore, as a part of code, we release that piece of ownership.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand with a little more clarity here. So the meter pit is typically closer to the house than the curb stop? Yes. And who under this, who owns the meter and meter pit? That's.
So we own, the utility owns the meter.
Utility will own the meter.
Yes.
And the meter pit. So, Okay, so if you go in, will you, and add a meter pit, will you remove the curb stop or disable the curb stop, or will that continue?
We would just abandon it.
Just abandon it?
It is removed as a part of the lead line replacement.
Okay. But if that has a valve in it and nobody's maintaining it any longer, does that valve need to be?
That's correct.
Removed, or is it just
It would just
remains
stay open, remains open.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A6?
I move to approve 11A6.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
Thank you very much to the tag team.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Have a good evening. Moving on to 11A7, we have City Attorney Tamara Niles to discuss amending city's right-of-way code, adopting fees and penalties.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an agenda item that's resulted from several years of work, both by our office and by outside counsel, and several study sessions presented to City Council on the topic. Most recently, City Council members received some public comment largely outside of our council meetings regarding dissatisfaction regarding extended use of our streets on construction projects, causing construction and traffic delays and interruptions. We were directed at the last study session to look for additional enforcement mechanisms that the city could use, including additional fees charged by surrounding cities and policies we could implement to encourage those working in our right-of-way, specifically our streets, to do so expeditiously and to keep their scope as limited as possible. But this also aligned with the project we had been working on for 2 years on the exact same sections of code for cleanup, make it more concise, and insert best practice provisions that our right-of-way code was missing. So the presentation tonight includes both the other project that we had just finished up and the direction we received from council at the last study session. So for our code cleanup project, every time we get our hands on a section of municipal code, we apply the same standard to try to make it clearer, more concise, remove the legalese, the heretofores, and the aforementions whenever possible, so the people reading our code can actually understand it. So the proposed code revisions in front of you utilize consistent style with the rest of municipal code, such as capitalizing defined words. So if you see a word capitalized, you know to go look for the definition, and removing as much of the extraneous language as possible. We also removed the objectives from within our municipal code and instead moved them to the section 1 of the ordinance itself. So taking it out of code, but saying in our ordinance, these were the objectives of this code. So there's no legal reason we have to include it in our municipal code, but it can guide the city in enforcing and interpreting it. We also removed duplication, which was a significant number of provisions. And then we resolved any conflicting provisions because there was also some of that as well. For definitions, every time we get our hands on those, we also remove words that are not used within the code, because throughout our municipal code, we have defined quite a few terms that we don't then use. Remove duplicative terms if defined elsewhere, and then combine definitions whenever possible, just to make it more concise and clearer. Then for substantive provisions for best practice, largely recommendations from our outside counsel, we clarified that an unlicensed homeowner can obtain a permit for their own property, but if it impacts another's use of the right-of-way, for example, if it could impact the city's water or sewer line, then they need to be a licensed contractor if they could potentially interrupt water service to half the city, for example. It also clarifies routine maintenance parameters. And it changes the hours to routine maintenance can occur between 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. to align with other right-of-way sections when work can occur. Previously, it was 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Prohibited for routine maintenance. We also increased the insurance limits required from $1 million to $2 million for bodily injury,
$500,000 to $2 million for damage and destruction of property, and then a new $4 million aggregate coverage. So $4 million total coverage required for the project. It also clarifies that if you have a permit to work in our right-of-way, you will reimburse us for any attorney's fees, should we be required to retain attorneys resulting from their activities in our right-of-way. So let's say they didn't follow the standard of care and interrupted our water service to half the city. We have to sue somebody for that. We added in, if we have to do all that, you have to pay our attorney's fees. We also inserted a 30-day deadline to reimburse the city for warranty repairs. Previously it said they have to, but it didn't give them a deadline for how long they have to pay. That they're required to pay city inspection and reinspection fees as set by city council. We have sprinkled that language throughout to provide clear authority for fees that we have been charging. And it also requires a permittee to remove public safety hazards at their own cost. Again, we just consider this a best practice that was an omission in our code. And then outside counsel also drafted and recommended a new provision stating that the permittee and their contractor, and when I say permittee, someone that has a permit to work in our right-of-way, they're responsible for any conditions of the job site. Pretty much they are completely responsible to comply with law and to comply with every provision of our municipal code. Also states that if our municipal code is perhaps less stringent than OSHA, for example, then they have to comply with OSHA. Again, we changed the noise prohibited hours to reflect other hours, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., similar to the routine maintenance hours allowed. It removes requirements that the city will proportionally share expenses of already planned trenching and boring. To say instead that if the city, if you're putting a trench in our right-of-way and we want to use it, we will pay any additional costs it costs you, but if it doesn't cost anything for us to put a conduit in there too, then the city doesn't have to pay for it because it didn't cost them anything. We also have a new provision drafted and recommended by outside counsel that specifically prohibits hazardous substances in our right-of-way, and it requires defense and indemnity of the city. If there are any hazardous substances on our right-of-way, they have to defend us. If somebody sues us because of it, they have to pay for all of that. It also requires now permittees to remove and trim brush and remove it when requested by the city, such as when the project would impact some overhanging brush. Also, best practices recommended by outside counsel requires the permittee to repair any damage to private property. And if they fail to do so, the property owner may specifically repair it and they have to be reimbursed within 30 days of an invoice. So it gives our citizens, if their property was damaged, then the person maybe working on the street refuses to fix it, our citizen can fix it, bill them. If they don't pay it, then our citizen has legal authority to then clearly go get reimbursed for it through assistance from the courts. Also, outside counsel recommended that if it's required for a public emergency, the city may be required to damage another's use of our right-of-way, and the city is not liable for that damage because it is a public emergency. The code already required a news rack permit on our right-of-way, but there's no reference to a permit fee. So we included specific authorization for the city to charge a permit fee in news racks on our right-of-way. We do have a large amount of code on news racks in our right-of-way. I think 20 years ago, that was probably a pretty big issue, judging by the amount of municipal code we have on it. But at the current time, we know of, I think, 0 news racks that are on our right-of-way any longer. But we do recommend leaving those provisions of code in there because clearly there was an issue at one time. So that's what we've been working on for the last 2 years. So now to specifically what City Council requested at the last study session. So these are all to improve the city's enforcement abilities of its municipal code. The new provisions state that workers in our right-of-way, a private company in our right-of-way, they have to obtain an amended permit before they exceed the scope of their original permit. Previously, we had a window where they could go ahead and just exceed the scope, and then they could come to the city after. We do already have that exception for emergencies, but if it's planned work, there's no reason they can't come in and request permission from the city before they dig where they're not supposed to dig. So that's a best practice. It also creates a $190 permit application fee to reimburse the city for the review of a requested amendment. So we previously didn't have any reference to that, but city staff has to review amendments to permits, look at the scope, evaluate it, determine how it impacts right-of-way. So that would be to reimburse the city for our staff time in reviewing those applications to amend. It also creates the same $190 permit amendment fee to transfer the permit to another contractor. Because again, the city has to review the other contractor, their insurance, their bonding, to make sure it's somebody that is qualified to allow the transfer of the permit. It also reduces the time to start work on a permit from 6 months to 60 days. And this aligns with surrounding metro cities so that if they apply for a permit, it's granted, they don't start in 60 days. It expires, they will have to apply for a new permit when they are finally ready to start construction. However, we did include an exception to that. If there's extenuating circumstances, then they can apply for an extension to that 60 days, but they have to let city staff know what's going on so that city staff isn't left in the dark waiting 6 months to see what happens. The code revisions also provide for street closure provisions, also apply to a single lane closure, not just a single street, and it limits closure to a reasonable duration. So that this directly responds to those projects where the street is closed, nobody's clearly working on it, and those complaints that city council members have received about people working on our city streets. It also requires a permittee to promptly remove all traffic control devices upon completion of the work, and it provides for a penalty for failure to do so. This is also specifically in response to complaints city council members had received regarding some work on our own city streets. It also authorizes city staff to remove those barriers. If the contractor doesn't pick up their cones and leaves them there for a period of time, city staff can go pick those cones up and move them so that our citizens can use their streets like they're supposed to be able to. It also includes a new provision that if anyone violating the chapter shall pay the administrative penalties set by city council within 30 days of notification of the city. We've tried to be consistent in saying things will be paid within 30 days. When we bill you, it's due within 30 days. So if you violate our right-of-way code, we send you the administrative penalty that city council will perhaps set tonight. You have 30 days to pay us back. And then other provisions of city code apply if people owe us money and they don't pay it. We also added that a contractor license can be suspended or revoked for working without a required permit. Now to the fees. So we have, some of these fees were already existing within municipal code, except there wasn't a specific fee assigned to them. And some of them weren't previously existing. That's on the next slide. So for degradation or restoration, we propose a fee of $10 per linear foot. It's proposed by Public Works. Administrative review fee existing is $38 an hour, but we took an average of how long the administrative review generally takes, and so that would be $125. So it's easier to charge the single fee based on historic how long it took, and then they pay it up front rather than us bill them after based on how long it actually took in this specific time period. Then we looked at fees from City of Denver for sidewalk closures, bike lanes, transit lanes, parking lanes, alleys, first lanes. City of Denver used a square footage fee for those. And what we did instead was we took a linear foot fee based on how wide in our city these things are. So sidewalk closure, we took our average width of a sidewalk and then multiplied it by Denver's square footage number to reach a linear foot. It's just an easier calculation, one less thing we have to measure. It also eliminates someone's argument that they only closed half of the bike lane or half of the travel lane so that they only have to pay half that. So it eliminates, if you're closing part of our street, you're closing the entire linear feet of it. As you can see, the linear foot goes up based on how many lanes you need to close of ours. And the goal is so that they really limit it to the number of lanes they have to close because there's a financial incentive for them to do that. It also has a per day fee. So this is per day and it's all cumulative. So it provides an incentive for them to get in there, do their work as fast as possible, and get out, because it will impact the cost of their project. Then there's a detour fee. If they also close, let's say it's a 4-lane street, if they close all 4 lanes and they have to detour it, not only will they pay for first, second, third, and fourth lane closure, they will also pay the additional fee of the detour fee. So the goal on that is so that people don't close our entire street and detour, to allow traffic to follow its normal pattern, perhaps in 1 lane instead of 2. We also added the administrative penalty. We proposed $500 per violation per day. And we already talked about the permit amendment application fee and the news rack permit fee. We proposed $230 annually to reimburse the city for the costs of reviewing the permit and then reviewing the use of the permit, ensuring compliance periodically throughout the year. I tried to go through that quickly because I know it's getting late and I've had items tabled before. So I wanted to get through that as quick as possible. So I anticipate you'll have some questions.
Thank you so much, City Attorney, for going through that with us. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Ward.
Just a couple of things to clarify. We waive permit fees on city projects, correct? I'm hearing yes from Director Rochelle.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Victor Rochelle, Director of Public Works. Yes, permit fees are generally waived. Use taxes are applied, as well as permits are issued, and they are required to meet insurance requirements and things of that nature.
Okay, so one of the instances I came across fairly recently, within the last 6 months, was on a city project, and we hired a contractor to install gateway signage. And that contractor hired a subcontractor who shut down 2 lanes of traffic on South Broadway and left them shut down for 4 days, 5 days after the project was complete. Did the project on a Thursday, didn't pick up the cones until Monday night. Awful.
Agreed.
If we're not charging a permit fee, how do we hold that contractor accountable?
We pick up the cones and charge the violation.
Okay, so we would still charge the violation, but we
would
wouldn't
still charge
charge the
violation.
lane closure fee.
Correct.
Because it's a city-run project.
Correct.
Okay.
In this case, the subcontractor, well, the prime contractor would be charged the violation fee. Staff would evaluate if it was appropriate to pick up the closure first. Obviously, we're not going to pick it up if it's not safe. There'd be other phone calls made. And the specific instance that you're referencing, those cones should have been picked up, and then we would have been charging the fee.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. So do these, does this ordinance apply to the contractors we hire for ADA ramp replacement?
Yes, except as Director Rochelle just said, they wouldn't have to pay the permit fees, but they would otherwise have to obtain a permit and comply with all other provisions of code.
Well, I know they're messing up people's landscaping and the people aren't happy about that.
Yes, and they should be restoring that and communicating with the residents.
Okay, and I mean, that's still in place, but this also would apply to that as well.
This would apply additional pressure for them to attack it in a more aggressive manner.
Okay.
And this would also have the new provision we propose that if they don't put the property back, then the property owner can do it themselves, send the contractor a bill, and then if it's not paid within 30 days, then the property owner would have additional legal rights because it's in code that they were entitled to recover it.
But that's not in place right now.
No, but it could be adopted on first reading tonight. But then
Well-
it wouldn't be in place until second reading and then 30 days after second.
Right, and the problem has already occurred. I hope that a problem is being addressed though, so. All right, thank you.
Member Wright?
Thank you. Thank you both. What about cleanup? I saw branches and stuff like that, but what about leftover dirt and gunk left on the streets? I saw recently where they dug up the street and I believe some stuff in the yard, and there was so much dirt and gunk left on the street that it was just horrific looking.
That is already in our municipal code that they are required to clean it up. So they are in violation of our code. But this is why we want the administrative penalties. We don't currently have a penalty to impose for those violations. And now we could send a letter and say, you're in violation. Every day you wait to clean this up, it's $500 per day.
Okay, and what if there are subcontractors or our city that's doing that?
Well, if it's city staff,
That's one thing, right?
We just need to know and we can take care of that. But if it's a contractor for the city, this would still apply. Because they do still have to have a permit. They do still have to comply with our code.
Okay.
Member Pring.
And just to be clear, so the contractor is ultimately responsible for any fees that are applied, and they would have to then deal with their subcontractor. We're not going to be dealing with subcontractors as a city. Okay,
No, we're dealing with whoever pulled the permit.
perfect, thank you.
All right, any further questions for members of council? Member Ward?
How did we arrive at $500 as the right number for the administrative penalty?
That is based on what we observe from adjacent jurisdictions.
Okay.
And that's why it's a per day violation as well. It's not a $500 flat. Again, trying to balance what our adjacent jurisdictions are doing with also knowing that there's an incentive here to act quickly because it will compound.
Okay. I assume we went with the flat fee because that takes away the ability of staff to make a decision on anything except whether or not a fee should be charged.
Correct, and that's the other reason is we want to make sure the flat fee does take the decision out of staff's hands and it goes straight into code and per the fee schedule.
Great, thank you.
Member Russell?
So do you have any idea how much outside counsel cost us on this project?
Last time outside counsel billed me for this was in 2023. So I don't remember if you remember Colleen from Ken Feldman's firm. She was working on it before she left, and then Ken picked it up and finished it and didn't send us another bill for it. So I can't tell you off the top of my head how much we spent on this specific review, but I wanted somebody with expertise in this area to look at it to say, were we missing anything? Where are the gaps? What are the things that we don't even recognize aren't in our code? And that was the review they provided.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A7?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Pring. Any further comments? Member Ward?
I, for one, am happy to see the last 3 years of work come to fruition. One of the perennial frustrations of my council service has been lengthy lane closures and other abuses of the public right-of-way that I think we can finally start to punish and take more seriously. This gives us an opportunity to, again, send the message that open season on Englewood is over. And I'm grateful for the work that's been done here, and I'm eager to see this in action. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nunnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
Thank you very much for the work on this. All right, council, the next two items are not time sensitive. I know it's part of the late hour, but I will be open to speaking to both of these if we would like, but just want to throw that out there in case anyone wants to cover these tonight or want to push it to the next meeting. So we can start off with 11B1. Do we want to move forward with talking about this item tonight? Okay. So, Member Nunnenkamp, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because we've got guests who've been patiently waiting, I think it'd
Okay.
be in good faith to go ahead and go
Sounds
over this
good.
tonight. I can be persuaded on the next one.
Perfect. All right, so moving on with 11B1, this is the amendment to the municipal code regarding maximum penalties to align with state law. We have our city attorney, Tamara Niles, as well as Your Honor, Joe Jefferson, and Kenneth is here as well, as court administrator. City Attorney Niles, anything you want to add about the second reading on this item?
The only thing I will add, I don't have a separate PowerPoint on it because we've presented a few times on it already and discussed it. Last week, there was some action at the Supreme Court regarding this very issue. a defendant in Westminster Municipal Court had filed a motion to the Supreme Court to issue an order to show cause to the city of Westminster why its sentencing mechanism that exceeds that allowed under state law is constitutional, among other things. And the next day, the Supreme Court issued the order to show cause to the city of Westminster. They have until November 14th to file a brief to establish why this is not unconstitutional. Then if they meet that deadline, then the municipal court defendant will have 21 days thereafter to file a response. So this is where, essentially where the case regarding Rifle that started us on this process got to, when the city of Rifle then settled the case by changing their municipal code. So it appears that the Supreme Court does want to address this. Assuming the deadlines are met November 14th and 21 days thereafter, then the Supreme Court will evaluate it and move forward, but I can't tell you exactly when the Supreme Court will resolve that issue.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Was this a shoplifting just like Rifle?
I think it was theft under $300. I forwarded it to Judge Jefferson today as well. I think it was theft, but I don't have it in front of me.
And Member Prank shaking her head, yes.
Yes? Okay. Any further questions, Member Wright? Sorry. I'm ready for Member Russell.
I'm forgiving you. It's getting late. So I'll let
Member Russell.
So just out of curiosity, why didn't you send us that information did it come out before the packet came out?
I got it this morning.
Okay.
So that's why I sent it to Judge right after I got it. And it just happened last Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Any other questions from members of council? All right. Member Wright, go ahead.
I actually would like to, with this new information, I would like to make a motion to postpone this to see what the Colorado Supreme Court is going to do. They have until the 14th to see if anything's filed. And if they do file a response, I guess it is, and then the 21 days and wait from there. I don't think it's a big ask, and see if this is gonna go to the Supreme Court.
So, Member Wright, motion to postpone to date uncertain at this point?
Yeah, just to
All right.
see what the court says.
Second.
Thank you, Member Wright. And Member Russell, any further comments? We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
I'll support this motion. I think it makes sense to see how the courts are gonna land on this.
Thank you. Member Noonan-Camp?
I'm happy to support the motion as well, but again, as I referenced earlier, we've had some guests who've been waiting to answer questions or speak to us. Before we vote on a motion to postpone, could we have this conversation and then vote so that we don't move on in our agenda? Because I don't want to just dismiss whatever they might want to share, because we had specifically asked if they wanted to speak during seconds.
Judge Jefferson, is there anything you want to add from the conversation we had last week, or?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, if you don't mind, I'll try to be very brief, though. I appreciate the city attorney notifying the council of the Supreme Court granting cert on Thursday to review a sentencing issue in Westminster. The case is Westminster v. Camp 2024 SA 276 on the theft conviction of under $300, but pre-sentencing in the municipal court. The municipal court did consider the equal protection and preemption arguments at the trial court level and rejected those. Some do expect a decision on this shortly after the new year, but that may seem somewhat optimistic to me. As the city attorney reported, the City of Westminster is ordered to respond by November 14th. However, in their order to show cause, they also invited, as part of the order, CML as well as the Attorney General's office as well as the Criminal Defense Bar to file amicus briefs on this issue. In my conversations with CML last week, it's my understanding in an update today that their board has approved and they will be filing amicus briefs on behalf of the municipality in this matter. Also just wanted to reiterate in that conversation with CML last week that we are likely to see some legislation in the next legislative session. According to CML, the language they used at this time was to, quote, change the sentencing on petty crimes to mirror state limitations. And of course, that seems like a somewhat narrow scope to me in that it wouldn't really address the, alignment of M2s or, lower level misdemeanors or civil infractions as defined by the state. And so that may expand a bit, but, both of those issues may substantially impact how the municipality or Englewood proceeds next year on these issues. And I guess I just want to reiterate that, really what we're talking about as far as some of our feedback from the court is just to reiterate what we feel is the best practice of any criminal or judicial system, which is really for transparency and simplicity to ensure better understanding and thus ensure public trust. So the punishment being in our local code is better for us for many reasons than trying to marry two bodies of law that were never intended to sort of cross-reference each other. I do have a lot more comments, but given that the council is sort of intending to punt tonight, I'll probably reserve some of those for later when we have an opportunity to study or discuss this further, given the hour. Thank you for hearing me.
Judge Jefferson, for that. Member Newcamp.
Thank you for being here and for hanging with us to the late hour. In your conversations with CML, are they providing any advice to municipalities about holding or passing and then potentially repealing any kind of ordinance changes on this issue, especially if they're intending to also file an amicus brief?
I don't know that they have specific recommendations. You might be able to ask them for a specific recommendation. I know that we're somewhat aware that municipalities may take different paths, and that's some of the discussion that we've discussed. Their mission broadly is to support home rule authority statewide as kind of their response to me, and they said even if some of our members choose to go a different way, that we want to preserve home rule authority for those that choose to preserve it and enact it and use it, responsibly.
I appreciate that. I have a question for the attorney as well.
Sure.
City Attorney, since there's a motion on the table that's been seconded to delay this until after we know more about what the court does, what level of risk do you see for Englewood? Let's say we have a similar case happening between now and when this is decided, if it's optimistic that it could happen in the new year, where we have not aligned our code to ensure that we are meeting this constitutional requirement. Are you concerned about the level of risk that delaying this decision could make, or would you advise that we pass something and then potentially adjust it later based on a court decision?
We have taken action to reduce the amount of risk, specifically discussions with the city prosecutor. He's not recommending any sentence that exceeds that allowed by the state until this issue is fully resolved. So as long as they're not sentenced in excess of what the state allows, then the potential risk is quite low.
Okay, that's very instructive. Thank you.
All right, any further comments? All right, I guess I will support the motion to postpone tonight, although it's not for the reason given. I still would like to vote on the matter, but given the fact that members of council do want to postpone it, I'll go in favor of that. So with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nunenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes to table.
Judge and Court Minister Janitha, thanks for coming tonight and staying here for the late hour. All right, next one up is creation of the hookah business license. Again, this is not time sensitive. Anyone here want to discuss this issue tonight or postpone until November 4th? All right, can we make can I get a motion to postpone until November 4th, I believe it is?
So moved. Second.
There we go. Member Nunenkamp and Member Wright. All right, any comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nunenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Records show 7 ayes to table.
All right, we've already tabled 11C1. I'll table any discussion time regarding mayor's choice. Anybody for council member's choice? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just one quick thing. I've done a little research and I did a council request on this in the Strong Towns National Award. They do a, like Nation's Strongest Town Award every year. And I'd like to apply for it in 2025. And so typically I think they have an elected official kind of take the lead on helping organize, a community committee to apply for that. I just wanted to kind of inform council of that, or see if there was any pushback on it, if everybody's okay with applying for that national award.
I'd be fine with it. I see no issue. All right, perfect. Member Russell, did you have the light on? Go ahead.
Yes, and I want to take time to address this because it is very frustrating to me. At our last meeting, I asked you all to weigh in on about 400 words for the article, the citizen article, and the decision was 400 words, but it got turned into a council request. And what is really frustrating to me about this council request is it goes back and it lists all of these amounts that were in the article. And so my winter article was 370, my summer in 2020, 295, my spring 322. But I want to read I went back and spent probably 3 or 4 hours going through all my emails and establishing all of my email chains. The very first email chain, and I'm not going to read all of them to you, but I am going to read this one, was on June 6th of 2019, I received an email that says, "Hi, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm told it's your turn in the rotation to write a message for the Autumn Englewood Magazine article. The word count is around 250. The deadline is June 21st. If you submit directly to Slate Communications, please copy me." My response was, "Thank you for the reminder. Is there a reason the word count has been limited to 250? It has always been around 400. Then I was responded to, "Good morning. I was looking at the column space from the last issue, and it looks like 250 words is what comfortably fits at the current font size. At 400 words, we need to decrease the font size a bit and tighten up the leading. If you need to submit more copy, I will certainly make it work." I responded, "I was wondering if the process or format has changed since the last article I did was around 400 words, and I actually counted the words for Linda and Amy in the last issue. Their articles were right at 400. I will try to keep it under 400, but will definitely not go over that. I will try to be as concise as possible. We can talk more after I get the article complete, if that is all right with you." My response, or actually the response to me, I was actually looking at last fall's issue. "We can make 400 words work, not a problem at all." And I said, "Thank you." You bet. Okay. Every time I've gotten it, it's been a different amount. It's been 300 words. I have had to battle every time. And so the reason it was 370 words on the next one is because I was told to cut it down. And I can't, one time I just got so frustrated, I had it down to probably about 300, maybe 97. They wanted me to cut it down more. I cut it down to 350. They still wanted 40 more words. And I was so frustrated, I responded back. I cut four more lines. And if you can't fit it in, I can't take more out without, connecting with my citizens. So it frustrates me that this got turned into a council request. So I don't know if you two had anything to do with that, but it is very frustrating to me. And if we wanted a council request, I'm going to send all of my emails, and I want all of the emails put in here because I think those kind of emails went on with other council members as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Russell. No, we didn't. It didn't come from me, and I'll let Mayor Pro Tem, but no, I did not ask it for a council request. There's probably a miscommunication, but I can understand your frustration that it got turned into a council request. So we made a decision, 400 words. It should have been left at that. So, but I completely understand your frustration there, but didn't come from me at least. So
thank you.
And neither
I appreciate
from Mayor Pro Tem. So, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Due to the lateness of the night, I'll just report on two very quick things. Member Russell, I did turn that into a council request because I wanted to understand if in fact we were trying to silence council members, which I think was what was mentioned at the last meeting. So I did turn that in and was satisfied with the response, but I'm sorry we didn't include those other emails.
Can I respond to that? In reading all of my emails, that's what I felt like was happening. I was trying to be silenced.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I apologize for that. And I do wanted to offer, if council has suggestions on things that we can cut out of the magazine in terms of some of the ongoing projects, et cetera. If the content is not what council would like to see, we're very much open to just making sure that the content is, what council wants to see. The other quick update is just on the sign. We have got now 210 that are in-house or in our hands, and so we are lacking another 40 and are hopeful that we can get all of those. We were able to use those this weekend for trunk or treat and repurpose them for ballot signs, getting to the ballot box during that event, as well as use some of the stands, the metal wire stands for some other uses. And we actually have a plan to use those for community events throughout the city. So we are hopeful that we can turn something negative into something useful in terms of getting the word out to our residents about community events and activities. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And with that, everyone, we are now adjourned. See you next week. Have a good evening.